Good morning. It's November 21st, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item is preliminary matters. The first is adoption of resolutions. We have 5 resolutions this morning. The first 3, all the commissioners can vote on, and the last one, Commissioner Linden cannot. So the first resolution is ELP Bethesda at Rock Springs, site plan number 8/2024-0130, MCPB number 24-102. The second is ELP Bethesda at Rock Springs, site plan amendment number 8/2022-012A, MCPB number 24-103. The third is ELP Bethesda at Rock Spring Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0740, MCPB number 24-104. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the resolutions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, 4-0. The next is Kirk Farm pre-preliminary plan number 7/2024-0020, MCPB number 24-108. Do I have a motion for approval? Mr. Linden cannot vote on this one.
Yeah. I'll move to approve the Coke Farm preliminary plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. 3-0-1. I guess there's one abstention. The next 3 are approval of minutes. We have 3 minutes this morning, October 31st, November 7th, and November 14th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3 minutes?
Yeah, move to approve the 3 minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. The next, we're going into 1C, other preliminary matters, Bethesda Design Advisory Panel appointment. And this morning, we have Patrick, Doug, yeah. We have Grace Bogdan here, I'm sorry, to present this item.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning. We are here recommending the board appoint David Lieb as the residential community member to the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel. And this would be for a term of 3 years from November 24 to November 2027. Mr. Lieb lives in downtown Bethesda. He has an educational background in urban planning, and he is a land use attorney currently working in DC. He has a very unique background. He actually worked with the commission in the early stages of the Bethesda development plan. And so we are really excited to bring him on, and we think he will bring a unique perspective to the panel.
Yeah, great. I read his resume, and yeah, I'm very supportive of him. Any questions or comments from the board?
No, looks very well qualified.
Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion for approval of David Lieb for the Bethesda Advisory Panel appointment?
Yeah, I'll move to approve him for the advisory panel.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you, and welcome, Mr. David Lieb. We'll go to our next item this morning, record plats. We have 2. We can do them both at once. The first is subdivision plat number 2/2025-0220 Woodhaven. The second is subdivision plat number 2/2025-0200 Silver Spring Music Hall. Both staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval of these 2 record plats?
Move to approve both record plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 4-0. And now we'll go to our regulatory extensions. We can approve them in one vote. The first is 16998 Overhill Road, preliminary plan number 120240060. Where staff is recommending approval. The next is Clarksburg Chase, preliminary plan number 120240040, site plan number 820240050, and Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0180, extension request number 5. The third is addition to Glen Hills, Section 3, preliminary plan number 12024-0150, and preliminary Final Forest Conservation Plan number F20240-220, regulatory review extension request number 2. All three, staff is recommending approval of the extension requests. Do I have a motion for approval of these three?
I'll move to approve the three extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. Next, we're on item number 4, briefing on ComSat Adaptive Reuse Financial Feasibility Study and Adaptive Reuse Case Studies in support of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, where staff is recommending to brief the planning board. This morning, we have we have Patrick Butler leading this presentation. Welcome and look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just kicking things off. So Patrick Butler, it is my turn now.
Yes,
Patrick
it's your
Butler,
turn. Yeah.
of County Sheep. Rebecca Ballo, we have John Lieberts, Ben Kraft, and Carrie as well with the Research and Special Projects Division. We have our consultants here, HRNA, Clark Larson, Don Ziegler. So thank you. Before we get started, I do want to make sure you understand that we're not asking for any decisions from you today. We're briefing you on some very important work that has been performed, specifically consultant work and staff analysis of the ComSat laboratories and the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. I'd also like to remind us all that per the scope of work in June 2023, we commenced the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan to evaluate land use, zoning, transportation, environmental, and historic preservation recommendations for the plan area to determine if a new mix of land uses and zoning would be more appropriate. Additionally, we acknowledge the adjustments to other recommendations in the 1994 plan and subsequent amendments may be required, including studying interchanges, recommended street alignments, staging of retail development, transportation corridors, and environmental recommendations. We also identified the need to evaluate the plan area's market trends and conditions, develop strategies to align the vision and recommendations with the county's adopted plans, policies, and priorities. Over the past 18 months since then, we performed an extensive amount of community outreach and engagement in the form of canvassing, pop-up events, numerous in-person and virtual listening sessions and visioning sessions at multiple locations within the plan area. ComSat Laboratories is a unique architectural and cultural resource in Montgomery County, located between I-270 and 355 growth corridors identified in our general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050. While envisioning a compact, complete, and corridor-focused community, the question of historic designation and integrating the ComSat laboratories into the vision for the community has been at the forefront of our thought process while evaluating this resource for designation. To further this effort, staff contracted with Fu Wilmers, an architectural and urban design firm with historic preservation experience, to assist staff with exploring the possibilities of adaptive reuse of the building and establishing a framework for this new community. As well as HRNA advisors, a real estate and economic development consultant, to help determine the economic and financial feasibility of adaptive reuse, considering low, medium, and high-density redevelopment of the property. All these efforts over the past year were undertaken with the idea of integrating ComSat laboratories into this new community. That being said, staff is disappointed to reveal that our analysis throughout this process, including our consultants' work, has led us to a different conclusion. When we present our preliminary recommendations to you in January, we will not be recommending ComSat laboratories for historic designation. This is a team decision. It's been made when considering the totality of the information acquired over the past 18 months. Staff believes that a recommendation of preservation of ComSat laboratories would delay or prevent much-needed improvements and progress within the sector plan area, while failing to more broadly achieve the goals of Thrive Montgomery 2050, the desires identified by the community and other county priorities in this important corridor. Again, the purpose of this briefing today is really to inform you of the work that's led to this decision, not on the actual decision itself, but what's led to this decision. There'll be plenty of time to discuss this decision in the near future during our presentation on the preliminary recommendations expected in January, the presentation of the staff draft plan anticipated in March, and the public hearing and future work sessions that would follow subsequent to that. So please feel free to ask any questions of the consultant work that we're going to be presenting today. I urge you to consider this presentation as one piece of information that you're going to be receiving over the next several months. You're likely going to hear from other stakeholders with different opinions. So again, take that information over the next several months in totality we've got several months before you're asked to make any decision on this, but we really wanted to take time to walk you through all the work that we performed up to this point. So with that, I'm going to stop and turn it to staff and walk you through the work that we performed.
Thank you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Patrick. I am Clark Larson. I'm the lead planner for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, and I'll be running through an overview of the Fu-Wilmer's work before I hand it off to our HR&A consultant individuals. An overview of what we're going to cover today, a little bit of background of the ComSat property. I'll talk about the design scenarios that went into the feasibility analysis, which we'll provide an overview of, a brief summary of our staff takeaways, and we'll talk about next steps and any other discussion you want to have. So overall, the property on which the former ComSat Laboratories building sits is about 200 acres. It's currently zoned EOF, or Employment Office, with a total FAR maximum of 0.75 and a height of up to 100 feet. In the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, this site was envisioned for about 20,000, well, this site and the corridor up to Gateway Center Drive, actually, was envisioned for a lot of employment growth, about 20,000 jobs at full build-out of the master plan at that time. Only a fraction of that exists, as you may be aware. There are office and employment locations, but not the growth that was anticipated in 1994. And ultimately, the former ComSat building has been vacant for about 17 years. There's some operations, some tenants on the property, but really it's not been in use for about that long. So the building itself was designed by master architect Caesar Pelli. Started drafting and drawing the building in 1967, and it was completed in 1969. It has been considered for historic designation in the past, as far back as 2005, but at that time it was not recommended to be incorporated into the master plan for historic preservation. More recently, we reached out to the State Historic Preservation Office in Maryland, and it was found eligible to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places for two criteria, one for the architecture and another for the technology that occurred there. And if we have more questions on that, I would be happy to turn it over to our historic preservation staff, who are more eloquent in explaining that. Next, with regard to our sector plan work, we considered historic designation of the building initially as a key component of the scope of the master plan, what we wanted to look into and explore, really to try to answer this question that has been hanging over the building and the property since essentially the tenant moved out. So the planning department, as Patrick noted, commissioned urban design and economic consultants to study the potential for intentionally adaptive reuse as a means to support historic preservation, as well as a range of redevelopment and new development scenarios on the property itself to help support it. Adaptive reuse of the building was seen as a potential cornerstone of the sector plan to create a place, to create a center that future development could be built around. And so we also see the financial viability of the site's potential as paramount in considering the broader sector plan goals. So that will continue no matter what decisions made on the building. We still see this property and the site as a focal point for the sector plan. The Fu-Wilmer's vision, as they approached the study of their design scenarios, was looking at ComSat, the building and the site itself, as a unique asset that could serve the Clarksburg community, becoming hopefully a compact activity center that provides a range of retail, restaurant, civic, recreational facilities, community gathering, and social spaces, also with a mix of housing types and typologies that would help create and support a more high-quality suburban environment. Really a place that serves the surrounding community, and it can become a community for new residents and visitors. So the principles that they used to apply, this is one of their sort of rough draft concept drawings that you see on the slide here. So they sought to, in their design, to respect and connect greenways, streams, and mature tree stands that existed on the property and beyond. They actually looked beyond the site itself to think about how to stitch it together in the neighborhood. As I mentioned before, position the ComSat building as a community anchor and a regional destination, also connected with existing neighborhoods around it. Facilitating, supporting the completion of major roadways in the area through the site and utilizing the access through those roads to support the development on the property. maximizing the development potential to, again, support a diversity of housing types. We're looking for not just a bunch of detached or attached townhouses to be built here, but more of a range of attainable housing types. And also apply design guidelines to ensure that the intent of the design and placemaking takes place to ensure quality of the community. So ultimately, Fu Wilmers developed two major scenarios with outcomes that could be plugged into a feasibility analysis that we'll get into with HRNA. A lower density scheme which utilizes a major road connection through the center of the property with a mix of townhouses and apartments, but really oriented along a central core, utilizing the frontage and interaction with the ComSat building as part of that urban design. And then on the right image, the right map here, is a slightly higher medium density scheme that spreads the amount of apartments and higher density residential to more blocks, so accommodating more density, more housing units. And in the table, you can see the result of the lower density accommodating a potential of about 1,500 dwelling units, and the medium density scheme with about 2,400 residential units overall on the site. And a smaller amount of commercial, so some retail, but not really the extent of employment and office generation that was previously expected. Now, turning to the building itself, so that was really looking at the site development potential and how the dwelling units and build out of the site could be accomplished. This is more about the building. So looking at original plans and thinking about the elements of the ComSat building itself for what portions were historically relevant, structurally sound, more able to facilitate adaptive reuse. Fu Wilmers sort of looked at different zones and programs for the spaces, as you can see here in the colors. So set aside the areas in red as not as relevant, not as useful for future redevelopment, but really these green, yellow, and blue areas more as the focus of their approach.
Could you explain
yes.
what was Fu Wilmer's evaluation? Was it an evaluation done sometime before? Who's Fu Wilmer?
This was just in the last year. So this is the consultant
this is
work.
this consultant?
Yes.
So this is the, okay,
We
sorry.
have two consultants' studies that we're presenting to you. One is the Fu Wilmers architecture and design effort. They went through the project of thinking about how the site and the building could be reused, how it could be planned out. And that came out with a number of dwelling units, expectations for road mileage, and how the open spaces could work. And their data essentially fed into the work that HRNA helped us with their expertise on financial feasibility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this chart I know is quite small, maybe hard to read, but it's really, we wanted to indicate the extent of analysis that Fu Wilmers approached in thinking about how various spaces could accommodate different types of uses, including life sciences, office space, retail, maybe a cinema, and how they were suitable in different spaces or able to be accommodated in certain spaces of the building. Going across the top columns, every space from the library to various fingers, the different office extensions that exist, the high bay and the manufacturing areas. So they assessed these areas in their suitability for different spaces, as well as residential uses of different sizes and scopes. So this is really an indication, a summary of some of their more extensive work to think about how can they program the building, what makes most sense for reusing spaces in the building. And then really ended up with two options that we discussed with them over the last year through their process. So one option was on the left side, a more mixed use approach where various fingers and levels of the building were broken up in different opportunities, whether it's more office wings or a residential space. And on the right side, really focusing more on the, if I get my north arrow right, the west side of the building or below the yellow spine, really more focused for residential uses specifically. And above that, in blue, recreational spaces, some office and retail, but more of a, I guess, separated elements on the spine, separated across the spine. And I think what we ended up with was a hybrid of these, but they really took a more stronger focus on the residential uses within the building as I think they saw it as more viable in today's market. So this is showing how they went even further, and we actually have floor plans and furniture layouts as well, but this just shows how different portions of the building, as these office fingers kind of extend from the corridor, and there's green spaces in the middle where there's white, but how the ceilings and roofs and spaces within the building would need to be altered to accommodate different types of residential uses. You have to get light and air into these places. This is the whole challenge with converting office to residential, right? You have to make sure that the floor plates and the heights of ceilings are appropriate and that there's enough windows and light and air to accommodate. So we're looking at different sizes of residential units here on the different fingers and different elements. You know, with the light blue, I think that's even one office wing towards the entry of the building. So there was quite a bit of work to understand what really is possible within the building in these scenarios that looked at a multi-use, multifunctional building, rather than an approach of thinking about it as a single tenant or single use. And then again, on the east side of the spine, really thinking about what sort of indoor recreational courts or gathering spaces or offices. In this one, there's even a cinema that's utilizing that height of the high bay where ComSat built satellites and tested satellites, really big structures and devices, but really trying to break that up into different levels to accommodate more of a public use here. And then ultimately, this is a three-dimensional view of what that might look like. If the building were to be reused and adapted into residential uses, you'd get more light wells in the ceiling. You might have to break up some facades on the building. They tried to show it in terms of maintaining the facade, but really that there would be quite a bit of alteration to accommodate some of these new uses. So that's a fast and furious tour through their design work. They shared a lot of content with us, but I think this really gives you an understanding of the effort that they took to take on the outcomes that HRNA then used to think about what the costs and revenues and benefits were. So I'm going to hand it over to them. We have another slideshow to transition to, so if you'll bear with us, we will switch over, if I can do it seamlessly.
Can I ask you another question? This is the historic building that was recommended to be historic. Could you walk us through what other structures exist in ComSat? Is this the only building, or are there more buildings that we're gonna?
It's not the only building. There are other ancillary and outbuildings that were
Yes.
used for other satellite communications, maybe more utility work. One building that's being used, I think, as a landscape company used to be an off-site space for testing and management. They had a lot of satellites actually installed on the property for active use in space. So this was the main office core where people came to work and developed the manufacturing and testing of the large satellite vehicles and, I'm struggling with the right word, devices. But there were other smaller buildings off-site that were associated with the building as well, but were not considered in this analysis for potential historic designation.
And all of this building was considered to be historic, or just portions of this building was considered to be historic?
This is Rebecca Ballo for the record. The entirety of the main ComSat building and a portion of the land surrounding it, as well as the view shed looking out to I-270, was what was part of the original consideration for historic designation. The other ancillary buildings and structures on the property were not recommended for any kind of designation.
Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
So I'll hand it over to our wonderful experts here with HRNA Advisors. Introduce yourself first.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Clark, and good morning to the board. Thank you for having us. My name is Stan Wall with HRNA Advisors. We're a real estate development, economic development advisory firm based here in Washington, D.C. We were engaged by Montgomery Planning to support the analysis of this facility and adaptive reuse and financial feasibility of different scenarios for the former ComSat building along I-270. We are, not connected to this project in any way. Our goal was, we started with an optimistic view of how we might be able to make this happen. But we layer that with, a lot of research, case study analysis, and financial feasibility pro forma analysis to truly make a data-driven analysis of what the feasibility of this building might be. We developed case studies on other successful reuse projects, conducted this pro forma feasibility analysis, and summarize our findings into a detailed financial feasibility report. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Solomon Abrams to talk through our analysis in more detail.
Thanks, Stan. My name is Solomon Abrams with HR&A Advisors. I work closely with Stan and the Montgomery County Planning team on this project. As Stan mentioned, our analysis is broken into two pieces. We looked at case studies first to understand where adaptive reuse had been successfully implemented nationally. And then we also conducted a financial feasibility assessment based on the program from Fu-Wilmer. So there's two components of our analysis that I'm going to review with you all today. So first, we looked at successful adaptive reuse projects nationally that demonstrate how outdated real estate has been converted successfully into vibrant mixed-use districts that catalyze additional development near the original structure and support housing goals and other objectives. So first, we looked at Bell Works in Holmdel, New Jersey. This is a similarly storied building to the ComSat where the microwave oven and the cell phone were developed. This was converted in 2014, predominantly from R&D to office, with around 1.9 million square feet. Next, we looked at Chappaqua Crossing. This is a former Reader's Digest headquarters in New York, a beautiful old brick building. There's a cupola building portion of this that was converted into around 70 units of apartments, with the remaining 500,000 plus square feet converted to office and medical office, and that was done in 2018. It's also supported by retail development around the original structure. We also looked at Judson Mills in Greenville, South Carolina. Judson Mills is at one point one of the largest mills in the world. It was added to throughout the decades. This was converted into a mixed-use district, a lot of residential, 200 units of residential, 200,000 square feet of office, and then 200,000 square feet of retail and entertainment. And that's an ongoing conversion with some of the residential already delivered. Lastly, we looked at Park and Ford, a more local example. This is 3 brutalist office buildings, 2 of which were converted in 2021 to support around 400 units of residential in Alexandria, Virginia. This was solely a residential conversion with, I think, a small amount of retail, but these 2 structures that were converted were solely to residential. And then moving along, I know there's a lot of text here, so I'll try to summarize it clearly, but the key takeaway here is that there are many similarities between the case studies that we looked at in these projects, their proximity to job centers, the size of the site, the historic use, but there are also a number of differences that are important to acknowledge, especially now, that pose challenges for adaptive reuse at the ComSat site. Some of the key differences are, most of these case studies were converted to office. Office generally is on hold. We've seen, negative net absorption nationally for office space, a lot of uncertainty around that, so there are challenges converting to office. Office, as Clark mentioned, also is a bit of an easier conversion because the large floor plates from R&D are more conducive to that type of conversion relative to multifamily. So that's one component here, one point of difference. Another point is that market conditions have changed drastically as well. Construction costs have increased more than 20% since 2019. Interest rates have increased, both of which really contribute to the rising cost of development and the challenges with feasibility there. In the case of Park and Ford, which did not include an office component, one of the major benefits of that program is that those buildings had a very large underground parking garage. And as we'll see when we transition to the financial feasibility work, parking is a major cost driver, and the presence of that at this case study, at this site, made that redevelopment a bit easier. So the key takeaway here is that adaptive reuse has been used to convert and reposition outdated products, but that there are challenges here. It's a slightly different market environment than when these projects were done, and that these translates into difficulty in the current environment to convert. So just transitioning to the ComSat project, as Clark mentioned, Fu-Wilmer's work to determine the development capacity of this 200-acre site for both adaptive reuse and several new development programs. So in the middle box, you'll see the adaptive reuse portion called out. That's the building with the fingers. And then the blue portion is the new development area. And Fu Wilmer's estimated between 3.1 million and 4.7 million square feet of new development, total development could occur on this site, supporting 1,300 to 2,500 new units across rental and for sale uses. In addition to the housing uses, they also developed a roads and open space network. So to provide connectivity and achieve advanced gateway sector plan goals for open space and interconnectivity. We also looked at the 6 miles of roads and nearly 500,000 square feet of open space that this new development would be accompanied with. So looking more closely at the programs themselves, we looked at the adaptive reuse of the ComSat building, which could support around 112 new multifamily units in those fingers, which are a bit more conducive to conversion than the larger bays that Clark mentioned. We also included north of the fingers some retail and some office as well, based on what was required from a building perspective. And then for new development, that's that area in blue, we looked at 3 different scenarios. So the first is a low density scenario, which includes a mix of apartment units and townhouses, fairly evenly split, as well as some retail that would be supported by that new housing development. We also looked at a medium density scenario, which includes higher levels of development along that core spine, higher density of both multifamily and townhouse development, supporting around 2,400 new units compared to the 1,540 for low density. And then lastly, we looked at a townhouse only scenario, a little bit more consistent with the development in the immediate area, as well as the current site owner's original sort of vision for the site. So we wanted to compare all of the different options for redevelopment to pair with adaptive reuse. And then we conducted a financial feasibility analysis. So just to give you a quick overview here, we use a residual land value analysis. It's a widely accepted method for estimating the value of a property. It's equal to the feasibility of a project. It's equal to the value of a project less the cost. So the costs of development, hard cost, the materials, the soft cost, permitting design, as well as the development fee, which is a threshold that was required to get the project to pencil. And so if the value exceeds the cost, then the project is feasible and it's expected to move forward. And then of course, if the costs exceed the value, it's said to be a feasibility gap, and additional support or subsidy would be required to make the project feasible. And so just at a very high level for folks unfamiliar. So moving toward the feasibility now, the key takeaway of our analysis is just for the adaptive reuse portion of the structure alone, we identified a feasibility gap of nearly $30 million. You can see in the table below that a big portion of this negative value is driven by the construction itself. Adaptive reuse is expensive. The density of this and the planned uses necessitated a level of structured parking, which also added costs. And then, of course, roads and open space also increased the costs and spread the feasibility gap. We did look at both state and federal historic tax credits as a way to potentially close that gap, but it did remain negative for the adaptive reuse portion alone. Next, we looked at new development, a somewhat similar outcome for low density and medium density development, with a negative value indicating a feasibility gap, largely driven by, again, rising interest rates and construction costs that pose challenges for the new multifamily component. When we looked at the townhouse-only scenario, we did determine that there is a level of feasibility there, even when accounting for roads and open space. The parking in those cases is accommodated inside of a garage, and so, again, is not the level of cost as a structured parking garage. And so when we looked at these two, the townhouse-only scenario was feasible. The low and medium density scenario, which included the multifamily component, did have a large feasibility gap.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
So if you said that the low density and medium density has a gap of 40 million and 154, is that due to the high cost of construction cost for the building and garage that it makes it unfeasible? Just curious.
Yeah, it's a number of factors. It certainly is the rising construction costs, especially relative to townhouse, which is a lower cost construction typology. Interest rates as well, the cost of financing the projects has an impact. In our full report, we include a sensitivity table, and so we break out how changing interest rates and changing construction costs impact the feasibility. So there's a fair amount of detail there that demonstrates the amount of impact that these factors have on feasibility.
So when you do your calculations, you do these units for rental or sale? How do you calculate feasibility cost?
Yeah, that's a great question, and apologies if that wasn't clear. We looked at two different typologies. So we looked at multifamily apartments, which would be rental units along the spine, and then we also looked at for sale townhouses, which were distributed away. And though the feasibility was based on current market conditions, current rental rates in the region, current sale prices, and current construction costs. So all of it is where things are today based on the current market.
So you look at both rental and sale?
Yes.
Okay, okay, it makes sense. Thank you.
Lastly, we combined the adaptive reuse scenario with the new development scenarios. Of course, the low density and medium density development scenarios, the feasibility gap was increased when we layered in the adaptive reuse. That gap increased to nearly 70 million and more than $180 million for the medium density scenario. Again, largely driven by open space, internal roads, and parking. With the townhouse only scenario, given that it was a feasible and value positive option, we did identify potential there for a townhouse scenario to, in some way, potentially cross-subsidize some level of adaptive reuse. And again, that's largely driven to the reduced construction cost of that typology and the reduced parking costs from that townhouse-only scenario.
I'm sorry, I ask you another question. The feasible number, 55 million, what is the threshold of being positive that is acceptable? Could it be up to 0 or maybe just 10 million, 1%, 2%?
Yeah.
Or it has to be above a threshold that you say, is it feasible?
In this analysis, all of the threshold requirements are built into the cost, so any value greater than 0 is determined to be feasible.
Okay.
So if it's negative, it is infeasible, and if it's positive, then all of the associated costs are.
So as long as it's above
Yes.
0.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I just have one question. Did you consider, if you didn't have the ComSat site, I mean, the building, what would you develop in, like, did you add the value of what would happen if you redeveloped that site? Did the architect look at a plan for, like, a typical plan for what could be built on that site? And if you look at the totality, what the financial feasibility would be? I know it would be, would even just developing on the ComSat site itself be negative or positive? Did you look at that scenario? Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
I think so. Are you asking if the building were removed and instead there was development on that site? We did a similar exercise where we looked at the value of new development in the viewshed area that Rebecca called out along 210. There is an area there that was being preserved and is not reflected in this analysis, but that I think would be of similar size to the ComSat building and would create more value under a townhouse scenario. But I think the key takeaway is that if that building were removed, townhouses would be feasible there, but any level of multifamily new development would be very similar to the new development, perhaps with additional cost of removing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let's see, okay. Okay, so after we evaluated the feasibility of of the combined programs and new development, we wanted to make sure we understood different potential strategies to improve feasibility and made sure that we were being creative in the approach to understanding the collective feasibility of this project. So we looked at a number of different strategies and recommendations to improve feasibility, including a property tax abatement, development incentives, potential subsidies, parking reductions, and even strategic tenant placements as a way to close that gap and make this feasible. And so you'll see in this table here that we quantified the value of a property tax abatement. We looked at the savings from reduced parking, both a parking reduction and a conversion of a portion of the structured parking to surface. We looked at a cap rate reduction, and that row really just represents a return to historic normal levels. And so that is more of a what happens if things go back to the way they used to be several years ago, and we pair that with some of these other savings options. And what we noticed is, and then again, in that second to last row, there's the viewshed development. So what if we decided not to preserve the historic viewshed and develop there? Could that provide value that would help close the gap? And the takeaway here is that even with all of these factored in, the medium density scenario still has a large gap. The low density scenario is positive, but just so. And I think that it's important to note that the strategies that, while they all improve the feasibility, they come at a cost, potentially at the expense of other county projects and priorities. And so that's sort of the key takeaway there. And I'll pass it back to Stan now to conclude.
Thank you, Solomon. And based on our research and analysis, we do agree and support that adaptive reuse is a potential tool for redevelopment. And this ComSat building could anchor a vibrant mixed-use community surrounded by housing and other uses. And our case study research shows that it's possible. However, as Solomon indicated, a lot of those studies were done, or a lot of those projects were done, many years ago under much different cost scenarios in terms of construction costs, financing costs at that period, as well as different types of buildings, where the buildings were more conducive to conversion than the ComSat building. We've also seen through the case study research that adaptive reuse can be a means of catalyzing adjacent new development and supporting housing production. But again, as Solomon indicates, this comes at a pretty significant cost in terms of there's other ways to catalyze that development, beyond reinvesting a significant amount of money on subsidy in this building. The key driver is that current market conditions pose a significant challenge for redevelopment between construction costs, labor costs, material costs. All of those things coupled with the lack of high rents in this particular area to subsidize that cost make it difficult to support conversion of this project. The one product type that does create significant value are for sale townhouses at the ComSat site, and those could indeed support some degree of subsidy for this project and conversion, but not enough to truly make a mixed-use, vibrant community. As we look forward, if there was a case where there were improved market conditions in terms of much stronger rents, significantly lower construction costs, significantly lower financing costs, that could support adaptive reuse in the future. But there's a significant amount of change and positive improvement that would be needed to make that happen. And meanwhile, this building would continue to sit vacant until we reach those conditions. Turn back to Clark.
Yeah,
Can
thank you.
I ask you another question before you go? In your analysis, what kind of MPDU did you consider? Is it just the regular 12.5 or 15%, or more MPDU, because that would impact the cost?
Yeah, for our analysis, we used the minimum county requirement. I think it is 12.5% at the, I don't remember the AMI level, but we did consider the baseline there. And I believe we may have considered changes to that AMI level or that share in the sensitivity analysis, but I'd have to look to see if the impact that had on feasibility.
So Stan, thanks for the summary of your findings. I wanted to take the opportunity to zoom out a little bit and let you know how we are feeling about both of these studies in terms of the sector plan and some of our understandings and takeaways from the work, and we'd love to have a discussion with you after this. So as I've stated before, the ComSat Laboratories building has remained vacant for many years, despite actually several attempts and approaches to think about how to adaptive reuse and accommodate the building as a historic structure. When we think about the work that Fu Wilmers considered to adapt the building, really these design scenarios that heavily altered or demolished portions of the building really threaten the ability to be eligible for these tax credits. So if we're assuming that this approximate $14.4 million in tax credits can help offset the project, that really relies on all or most of the building, even the high bays and the other manufacturing portions, the auditorium, the cafeteria that were part of the institution, to be maintained and preserved. So we don't see that you can split it up in half or portions and still qualify for that extent of tax credits. The townhouse-only feasibility scenario, I don't know if we mentioned this, but this was an add-on the HRNA asked us to consider, and we agreed, to look at current market conditions, but that wasn't anything that Fu Wilmers was considering. So it was an additional analysis that just thought about what's the most feasible housing type that would be the most financially positive. It's not necessarily what we want to support and promote going forward. So it fails to achieve the plan's goals for a more compact, complete community. Also what we heard from the community in our listening sessions, visioning workshops for a mix of housing types, mix of income and cost levels for those, as well as the county's priorities for greater housing diversity. Number 4, delaying development of the property until market conditions improve to support adaptive reuse, thinking about whether interest rates can return, construction costs can come back down to potentially support this, we believe would potentially delay or prevent the realization of the larger improvements on the property and within the site. So we don't want to hold back the potential of the sector plan area and how we're envisioning and supporting future development and environmental protection and roadway completion and trails and paths and open spaces just for the sake of the building. And for that reason, well, number 5, this is not a summary, but the preservation of the building, both for public and private uses, we feel is not feasible in the near term without a significant amount of public investment. And that brings to mind that we've reached out to other county agencies asking about potential for recreation, aquatic center, library, multi-purpose building, and there's really no interest or budget or ability for county agencies that we talked with to take on the building themselves and convert it into public use. It's just one avenue we wanted to explore to find out. We didn't go through a detailed analysis with them, but really they indicated that that's not really something that would work in their capital improvement going forward. So one more summary slide, and I think I'll kick it back to Patrick after this. Our next steps in the sector plan, as well as considering the building, are we're going to be scheduling emerging ideas meetings with the community in Clarksburg to share our position and recommendations for the ComSat building, as well as the broader area within the sector plan. So we'll be seeking feedback and conversation with the Clarksburg community at that time, probably hold an in-person and virtual meeting to share all of our preliminary ideas at that point. The Historic Preservation Commission, on a parallel track, will be holding public hearings to consider to weigh in and make recommendations on the historic relevance of not only the ComSat building, we have a tentative date for that, but also 2 other historic sites that staff is considering and recommending to be preserved in the Master Plan of Historic Preservation, the Clarksburg Heights neighborhood and the Community of Faith United Methodist Church, both of which are off of Frederick Road. So we are looking at other historic resources as well as the Dowdens Ordinary Special Park for potential heightened historic preservation. So not just looking at ComSat in this regard. Then we expect to be moving forward and having, I think we mentioned January, but I think a more official preliminary recommendation briefing before you is expected in February of next year, and we'll be hoping to bring a working draft plan to you with everything all put together by March of next year for you to accept and consider conversion into a public hearing document. And that'll be an opportunity for additional public testimony and conversation. So that's really kind of the looking forward summary. I don't know if you want to transition.
No, that was a great summary. So again, I just want to reiterate, not asking for any decisions or anything today. We're just presenting information as Clark laid out in that detailed timeline. You'll hear plenty, I'm sure, from others on this important decision. I don't want to catch anyone by surprise come January when we revealed our preliminary recommendations. So again, you are hearing about our decision not to recommend historic designation now, to give people adequate time to prepare for their remarks for the next several months as you go through these work sessions and recommendations from us. So again, we can answer any questions you have on the discussion today, on the presentation and materials, if there's any questions you have here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. It is, I appreciate this extensive analysis as we're making a future major decision about what happens to this property. We always want it to be data-driven, and by bringing in Fu Wilmer and HRA, it shows your commitment and the planning department's commitment to having data-driven decision-making. So I really appreciate that. Also, what brought to light here is the cost to build these roadways. And one question, and you don't have to answer it now, but maybe later, who would be responsible for paying for all those roadways? Is it some private and some public? But when you bring the full plan, I'm sure some are going to be public roads, private roads. I don't know if any was considered highways or whatever, but that's a. And then I'm sure, as you talked about, that it seems like townhouses are the only. Well, mostly townhouses is a way to make this site financially feasible, but we always talk about also public benefits, public amenities that are needed, whether they're in the ComSat building or outside the ComSat building. I'm sure your final analysis and what your proposals when you come in whatever January, February will show. What public amenities are needed, to make these complete communities, and eventually someone will have to pay for those public amenities. So be interested at the appropriate time how all that fits together in this plan. But primarily, thank you for doing this, for taking the time. I'm sure it's a time and effort to do this, and we look forward to your final recommendations next year. Thank you.
I don't know, did you ask questions? I do not know. I do not know if you want to answer his questions or I ask questions. I don't know how. Do you want to answer?
The only question I had was mainly about, the roadways,
Sure.
And
I was
then-
ready
and
to
then-
answer the questions, but then I thought maybe you were suggesting we would hold off and have
Well,
those
and you can-
conversations later. So sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and then, later you could talk about, when you come back, public amenities, what you're
Sure.
recommending is public amenities, and
No,
how
yeah.
that fits into the whole feasibility. Okay.
Right. So I know you've done this for a while as well, so whenever possible, we try to have our public facilities, roads, and the like provided along with development from private property owners. That's not always the case or the only way to have roads built. As you know, we asked for the DOT and others to pause construction extension of observations so that we could go through this process and make sure that we had the right alignment and cross-section as we were going through this update, and that's through a CIP. So there are, a couple of different ways we can do that. We can do, at times, if private development is not moving forward and we're not getting a public necessary infrastructure, then, we can mobilize funds through the CIP process and construct roads. But we try to really do that most often through private development. So it'll be, we'll see, combination of the two.
So my question, bear with me because this is a land privately owned, correct?
Yes.
So we are doing a plan or feasibility plan for the private development. I don't know that what is the final product and how much control over that we have, because if someone owns a piece of land, they can just go ahead and get a developer to come with the ideas how they want to develop it and how it works for them. I just don't understand. I'm happy you're doing, but I'm a little bit confused how the process is. We're gonna have a final product that is called feasibility for something that we have no control over it. Someone else likes it, owns the land, and they may decide that they're gonna go and get a developer to come and do a totally different thing and bring it here for the review. How this product or this final document, is it going to be just a help to the owner to say, okay, look, here is that something you can do, why don't you get, and what is his position or their position on this? Have
Yeah,
they
well,
been
I
involved?
think we'll have plenty of time to hear from them specifically on that, but I'll just say in general, this was, albeit important information, we considered this information in addition to all the public outreach we performed, in addition to our guiding document, Thrive Montgomery 2050, in addition to many other county priorities that has led us to this decision. So, and ultimately, we will be working very closely with you over the next few months to craft a plan that you will eventually, ideally, recommend approval of to the council for their consideration. So there's a lot of road in front of us to plow here together. But ultimately, we're trying to create a vision consistent with all those policies, goals, outreach, the information that we received from our consultant work for your consideration moving forward. So this is an important process. We're going to establish that vision moving forward, that then the applicant, a private property owner, this one and any others within the plan area, will then ideally craft their plans and proposals for their individual pieces consistent with our plan that we create together.
Is it going to tie their hands? Supposedly that we come with a plan and we make recommendations, and the owner says that I have a better plan and I don't want to follow this. Is it going to tie their hand? Maybe they come back and they say we're going to do medium or high density development, and we have made another recommendation. Is it going to tie their hands?
Well, we're not, no, I don't, it's to be determined on what ultimately our plan vision and recommendations and zoning, and I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into this. I'm not seeing a future where this ties their hands based on the direction we're heading.
Okay.
I mean, just a few comments, and then one thing I did want to ask was with the zoning as EOF for this, and we're assuming about 136,000, I think, square feet of retail space. That's where the parking is really coming from, right? As I'm getting that from the analysis, is it's 5 parking spaces per 1,000 retail square feet? Is that about right?
Well, I'll jump in
Yeah.
initially, but I think a lot of parking also comes from the apartment and
The multifamily structure, I
multifamily
understand.
structure
I
beyond the
understand that.
building. But certainly, if
Yeah.
ComSat is reused, you would need parking access for those dwelling
structure.
units and retail as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking because the EOF is supposed to be an employment, like the EOF is what this used to be, right? You drive out to the suburban office park, maybe there's a few homes around it, and then you leave. I think as we go through the sector plan, the point I'm trying to make here is that I think it's not a good zoning designation for this area if we want what we're proposing right now, because a lot of the parking seems to come from retail requirements, and EOF has a retail, or at least a not fully residential component to it. And I understand we're trying to do mixed use, and I get that. I just don't know if it's going to be, you have to have the density to bring the residential. We can't plan the retail into existence. We have to have a density of residential to accommodate it. I think 136,000 square feet is going to be too high for a townhome style development. I think you have to kick that. So as we're going through this and we're talking about the cost of parking, I think that EOF, I think the FAR is fine at 0.75 with 200, I think it's 210 acres total. I think that's probably fine, maybe higher just to accommodate whatever we want to accommodate depending. But I think looking at this for not an EOF designation, but more for a heavy residential designation, I think is useful because I mean, you're in Clarksburg, and while a small amount of retail I think would be feasible, given what we're probably going to get, or what might be the developmental structure out there, which tends to, given everything else that's surrounding this area, it tends to be townhomes. And I appreciated that this was put in there, was the 2/2, the stacked flats, more of the attainable housing stuff that we're discussing. I think that's something to consider as we go through the process. it seems from my read of Chapter 59 that that's allowed, but as a conditional or limited use, I can't remember from reading the EOF. So I think we have to go, I think we need to really take a hard look at the zoning to get what we're trying to get. I think we need to probably take the view shed into account as a developable part of this parcel. I mean, we're going through this, 40% of this is undevelopable if we can't include the view shed. You know, the retained, we got, I'm trying to look from like 23 acres, the 200-foot setback from 270, 41 acres of environmental. We have to have the view shed in there, otherwise we're giving up almost half the developable land in the process. So as we're going forward with this sector plan, I think it's worth taking a look at that. I think it's worth taking a look at a zoning redesignation that allows for 2/2 and some other sort of like, somewhere between not only the condo, but a for sale option that's somewhere between townhomes and condos, as we keep talking about with attainable housing and 250. I think that greater density then allows for the greater development of residential and retail. Yeah, we're going, I know I'm going past the things.
Appreciate the enthusiasm. We're going to have a lot of discussion.
We're gonna love
about
this.
all of that
I want to,
soon.
I want to put a marker down on this here. I think that we've got a feasibility study, as you were talking about, that tells us what can't happen here. And we know what the development around here is like. And I think when we're going through the planning process and we're looking at the cost, I mean, we can reduce 40% of the negative value by just taking the view shed into account. That's 23 acres. We can't historically designate this in redevelopment without significant investment from either the county or an external partner that wants to put more money into developing an old building than they would by just building something else, which seems either unlikely or, yeah, I think we should put a marker down on this fact that we need a view shed, we need parking, and we need more residential in a different zone. Something that.
Yeah, we'll be back with our preliminary recommendations in a staff draft soon, and we can get into all of that. Again, just want to say, if there's any questions on the studies or any of the material presented today, while we have our consultants, please, let's.
Yeah, I mean, the zoning and the FAR, did you take into account, that's the only real question I had, is any other alternatives for development that did not include like the high amount of residential, the high amount of, I know that's sort of what the question was for the redevelopment of this historic thing. It can't be, the building itself probably is not a residential redevelopment option. But did you take into account other zoning options, other retail and commercial?
I would say that the approach that we worked with Fu Wilmers on was not to think about development in terms of a zone, but more of a charrette design exercise.
Yeah,
it was very iterative. There were many options for how to run roads through, how the blocks should be organized, a central village or a bigger grids. So there's a lot of initial work to envision what is possible there. I think any of the schemes that we worked with Fu Wilmers on would fit within 0.75 or 1.0 FAR. So from that standpoint, it was permissible. And this effort was to just envision what's possible, not to really drive development and force the owner to do it in a certain way, but really come up with what numbers are possible. Let's test this out, both within the building and without. So I think we will be looking at the possibilities of other zones, but it's a lot of land, and there's also a lot of
Commissioner,
area of the property
I think
preserved.
they're going to.
Oh, we'll get, I know we're getting to it. I just want to put
as
Thank you, guys.
they move forward.
It
But
was
I
very-
appreciate your comment. So let's go to Commissioner Linden. You have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks to the consultants, of course, thanks to staff. This is really good work. And I think in particular, the information about the ways to improve, to reduce that gap, improve feasibility, it gives us a menu of options to really chew on, for staff to chew on, which of these maybe are higher or lower priorities relative to our goals, of course, and also to improve just the near-term feasibility of redeveloping this. So I really appreciate kind of spelling out in using kind of as precise numbers as we can to estimate those cost contributions. I think that's really helpful, and it leads me to broadly speaking, I second a lot of what Commissioner Hedrick said. I know we can get into kind of more of the recommendation pieces of this when staff comes back and we have more to chew on there. But I just to very briefly go through it, I think a big takeaway is that we have to consider the view shed, 100%. And I just want to also say that I recognize the value of a view shed in some settings. And this is a building that has, real kind of aesthetic and visual value. But we're talking about a view shed from an interstate where, vehicles are traveling 70 miles an hour down a road, very quickly moving past the building. And honestly, I don't think that we should be prioritizing people looking away from the road as they're moving 70 miles an hour down an interstate, looking toward this building as lovely as it is. I think there are better opportunities and better areas to consider the value of a view shed. And in my view, this does not constitute one of those areas given the environment around it. So I think the view shed, we should heavily consider that. Another big takeaway, and this is maybe more directed at staff, I think, although I don't know if consultants have any views on this as well. We alluded to this before. Chair Harris mentioned the question about roads and infrastructure. I understand, of course, the reasons why we often prefer to have developers incorporate those into our projects. County budgets are very constrained. The CIP is full. It often takes some time to kind of cycle through CIP projects. This does feel like an opportunity to maybe consider the potential for exploring CIP inclusion with some or maybe most of these potential roads and this gridded layout. If looking at the numbers, the estimate cost of building these roads, $30+ million. If you look at the gap, especially if and when we bake in these other abatements and incentives, parking reconfiguration, maybe building on the view shed. When you take all those into account, we're left with 31 million from roads or 4 roads that could be a very strong contribution to feasibility, particularly in the medium density scenario where we get more mixed use. I think that there's a lot of potential bang for the buck there, and I would be interested in exploring when we come back, or at least talking more fully about the potential for including some or all of these in the county CIP. What that means in terms of potential time it would take to get to those projects. If MCDOT has any thoughts on that, on their inclusion, whether or not that means that they feel like they would have to kick other projects out or reduce those within the CIP. I think it's worth a conversation at least, because in this case, it really does seem like it doesn't get us all the way using these numbers in this model. It doesn't get us all the way to medium density feasibility, but it gets us a fair amount of the way there. It gets us over 50% of the way there if we take this model to be somewhat realistic. So that's something that's on my mind. It's something I'd like to talk more about. I don't think it sets a precedent. I think that this is a very unique site. And to the extent that it helps with near-term feasibility to get this built out, we're talking about real tremendous value for the whole Clarksburg community. So I think there's arguments to be made that if the county can take on some of this infrastructure, that would be hugely important. And just very briefly, side note on all of this, we hear over and over that Clarksburg has very justifiable concerns and frustration with the county's sort of lack of following through with various infrastructure plans and promises over time. So this could be an opportunity for the county to take real action as well to give the community something that they desperately need, which is more infrastructure to support the development that they both have and need. So I'll leave it there. I don't think there's actually a question from there. It's mostly just comments, but thanks again to the consultants for this great work, and look forward to talking more about it with staff.
Thank you, Commissioner London. So no other comments or questions from the board. We reiterate great analysis. It's important for it to be data-driven, is this analysis is, and we look forward in January for the next steps, your preliminary recommendations. So thank you for all the hard work and the consultants, staff. And we're going to, in this piece, we're going to take a 5-minute break. 10-minute break. Oh, we're getting more time. And we'll come back with our next item, which is item number 7, Loman Plaza Preliminary Plan Number 120240100, Site Plan Number 82024010120, and Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0680, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Loman Plaza, preliminary plan number 1, 2024-0100, site plan number 8, 2024-0120, and forest conservation plan number F, 2024-0680, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Tamika Graham presenting this project for planning. Good morning, Tamika.
Good morning. Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Tamika Graham from Mid-County Planning, and I'm presenting this project on behalf of the regulatory team that also collectively reviewed this project. We are pleased to be before you again with this project. It's an infill development that really exemplifies one of the county's priorities, which is to transform large, outdated swaths of parking into thriving, livable communities. And if you recall, last November, the board approved the sketch plan for this project. And so today represents another key milestone to bring this redevelopment to fruition. So generally, I'll note that staff recommends that the planning board approve all of the applications that are before you today. That's the preliminary plan, the site plan for Phase 1, and the forest conservation plan. So just covering the site vicinity, the property is located on the south side of Randolph Road, and to the east side of Park Lawn Drive, and to the west of Putnam Road. And to the west, you can see that there are commercial and industrial uses that abut the CSX rail line, and the property is zoned commercial residential with 1.75 FAR. It's also located within the Randolph Hills district of the White Flint 2 sector plan. And the site is also well served by transit. It's located approximately 1 mile from the North Bethesda Metro Rail Station, and there are also bus lines that serve the site from Randolph Road. So bringing you in a little bit closer to the site, it's located at 5200 Randolph Road. It has 9.74 acres, and it currently consists of 1 recorded lot. The property, the current use is an existing strip commercial shopping center that has this standalone pad shop that's closer to Randolph Road. As you can see, the property has a lot of surface parking, and there's also a drive-through ATM that's on the western elevation of the shopping center. So in terms of project history, in the mid-1990s, the project received site plan approval under the prior C4 zoning district for approximately 119,000 square feet of retail space with a supermarket. And so that was developed as what you see currently on the site. But over the years, the shopping mall has experienced some vacancies, and that included the loss of the original supermarket. The property also received natural resource inventory, forest and delineation approval by planning staff in June of 2023. And as I mentioned, just last year, the planning board approved the sketch plan for the site. And that included the incremental redevelopment of the site for 750,000 square feet, and that includes residential and commercial. And so the sketch plan, the breakdown of residential units was up to 680, and that included 36 low-rise multifamily, 107 townhouse units, and just over 500 multifamily units in a single building. And it also included the required 15% moderately priced dwelling units. So as I mentioned, this is going to be a phased project. The applicant is looking at the full build out of this project across 3 phases. In our top right graphic, you can see phase 1. It's located to the east, and it includes a small portion of the center It's outlined in this yellow area. This is the extent of the Phase 1 site plan that we'll be talking about today. The bottom left image is proposed Phase 2. That's towards the west of the site, outlined in green. This side of the property will also have townhouses. It'll also have a new standalone retail pad site. And in between the completion of Phase 1 and before the commencement of Phase 2, the applicant is considering the reintroduction of a grocery store. But this is still in the exploratory phase at this time. And then if you can direct your attention towards the center of the site outlined in purple, this is proposed Phase 3. And this will include the high-rise multifamily building with commercial uses along Randolph Road. And one of the key things here is that at the time of full build-out, we expect all of the surface parking to be replaced with usable square footage. And that would be consistent with the intent of the CR zone. Okay, so moving into the preliminary plan that was submitted for the entire site, the applicant is proposing 4 new lots for the residential and commercial uses. They're also proposing 6 parcels for open space and new roadways to break up sort of this mega block. The preliminary plan also includes right-of-way dedications for new public roads that will be introduced, Lauderdale Road and Macon Road. I will come back to the roads. The preliminary plan also includes easements for a future road connection along Longstone Way and Private Road West if this intersection is reconfigured. And then there's also a covenant that will be included as part of for the future road dedication for Macon Road. So coming back to the Phase 1 site plan, again, to the west side of the site, construction is really anticipated to occur where some of the vacancies currently exist within the shopping center. The applicant is proposing a total of 89 townhouse units. 36 of these will be back-to-back townhouse units. So these are the 2 sticks that are located closer to Randolph Road. This is a new townhouse typology that we typically don't see, and so we are pleased to have this introduced to offer a variety of home options, and they basically just share they share a wall, and they will have parking, as you can see lightly outlined there. So the plan proposed to deliver portions of Longstone Way that goes east to west, and also the full extent of Lauderdale Drive will be provided, and that's going north to south. You can see there are also new alleys that will be introduced, and in this phase, we have a new portion of Macon Road that will be extended from its current terminus towards the west. Right now, this is just an alleyway. It serves back of house functions for the shopping center, but it will be upgraded in phases. The plan includes 132 parking spaces, which is inclusive of some on-street spaces, as you can see here. And then the site will also provide common open space with amenities. In terms of the architecture, the applicant did provide the proposed building massing and the overall heights. What you see here is at the intersection of Randolph Road and Putnam. The maximum building height proposed is 75 feet. And you can see here that what the applicant is trying to do is achieve complementary massing with the adjacent townhouses. And you can see off to, in the background of this graphic, a future phase. You can see the mixed-use building is a little bit taller. So the townhouse units will range in size from 14, 16, and 20-foot wide units. Um, Our team worked with the applicant's team to come up with a design that speaks to the guidelines for the White Flint 2 plan area. The new units are also adding some character to the existing Putnam Road on the western side. And we also wanted to focus on the areas that are high visibility, the units that are facing the roads or the units that are facing the open space. And so they have been treated with the same detailing and materials from the front of the homes, so that way we don't have blank walls and that there's a consistent rhythm with the design.
Can I just ask you a question on that here? If they're the back-to-back townhouses, the one that along the Randolph Road, so I thought that they have parking garages, those townhouses. So the parking garages and the driveway, they're going to be facing Randolph Road and Longstone Way?
So these are tandem spaces, so everybody accesses their garage from the alley. And so,
So why don't you give a definition? What is a back-to-back townhome?
so it just speaks to how it's configured. So in this instance, they will, it's hard to see on this graphic, but they share this wall where the cursor is pointing.
So they don't have they don't have yard at all, do they?
They don't have a yard.
They don't have a yard. And how do they get access to their garages? Is it from the back or from the front?
It's from the back. So everybody will access the alley from the back. And then
How do they get it? Because I thought they share a wall. So where is the
so
garage?
it's more, I can also turn it over to the applicant. They have some, they've done these
tell us
in different
Okay,
places.
when they speak, well, make sure you describe what is a back-to-back town, okay?
Yeah, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'll also note that, so some of the homes are, so there's a facade along Randolph Road, and then there's also a facade on the alley. So these folks their front will be looking out onto the alley. And so they share the center wall, if that makes, if that's a little bit clearer. Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah,
answers it.
Yeah, it's very unique. I don't think we have a ton of examples of this in the county, but we are pleased that they're presenting this type of townhouse typology. I think I stopped here. So currently, the property does have access from Lauderdale Drive, which is currently signalized, and then there's also access from Putnam Road and Park Lawn Drive. As I mentioned, the property is going to add new street connections to break up this larger block. You can see here the roads are a mix of public and private. Public are highlighted in red, and the private are the burgundy dash lines, and the alleyways are the yellow lines. And they provide access to the towns that are all rear loaded. So in phase one, the intersection of Randolph Road and Lauderdale Drive is proposed to be reconfigured. They will remove the existing eastbound right turn slip lane, which will enhance safety for non-vehicular travel. The plan also considers interparcel connectivity, so a future southbound connection for Macon Road is not precluded with this design. In terms of the LATR, this project does not exceed the threshold for testing, and the applicant is also requesting a design exception for the right-of-way truncation for Macon Road at the intersection of Putnam and Putnam and Lauderdale Drive. There's a provision in Chapter 50 which requires the right-of-way lines for corner lots at the intersections to be truncated by straight lines adjoining points 25 feet from the theoretical property line intersection in each quadrant, but the applicant is requesting a waiver of this requirement to allow the design of the right-of-way lines to intersect without any truncation because the standard truncation at the corners would have an impact on how the townhouse and the townhouse and the multifamily building would be designed. We do recommend approval of this design exception because there are no site distance issues associated with this design waiver. There are no impacts to vehicular or pedestrian traffic as a result of this waiver. And so this graphic is just showing you this for informational purposes. This is for future site plans, but you can just see the full build-out of the roadways. There will also be structured parking. There will be a shared road, a shared street within the center of the property along Longstone Way. The plan, though, however, the preliminary plan, however, does require additional assessment from MCDOT in the next project phase for site distance associated specifically with the intersections of Park Lawn Drive and Alley G. So that's towards the west of the property. We've included it in our conditions. And the property is also required to submit a loading management plan for larger trucks. This is something that we noted in the staff report. The site can accommodate single unit box trucks, but the movements of larger semi-tractor trucks or the WB50s are limited to entering the site from the east at the signalized intersection and exiting out from Macon onto Park Lawn Drive. So if the applicant wants to accommodate those larger trucks from other access points, they'll need to submit the revised circulation plan prior to certification. So I want to talk about the roadway realignment concept. We shared this with you at sketch plan. The concept per se has not changed. This is at the corner of Randolph Road and Park Lawn Drive. Currently, the road sweeps around, but there's a recommendation in the sector plan to square off this intersection into traditional four-way stop. And at the time of the sketch plan, when we presented this, we noted that the roadway alignment had not been studied. There's no current line item in the CIP. And this improvement is also not required of the applicant. And the board felt strongly about the coordination between this project and future public investments, as well as Vision Zero goals. And so following the sketch plan, you all transmitted a letter to MCDOT asking them to prioritize a study looking at this intersection reconfiguration and asking them to kind of dictate, what would the path forward be if it's feasible. And we just wanted to update you all. After your letter, MCDOT did respond. They did commission that study. They are looking at it to reevaluate the realignment. This study is not yet complete, but the final results will be forthcoming. And we just wanted to give you an update on that. We do have a condition of approval that requires the applicant to coordinate with MCDOT and to comply with the final study's findings in subsequent site plan applications. So just quickly going through the bike ped improvements, these again will be phased. In phase one, the applicant is looking to start the beginning of the introduction of a 10-foot wide bikeway along these two roads. And so they will start it along the frontage of the phase one plan. It'll also include a landscape buffer, and it'll be separated, and that will separate it from also a 6-foot wide sidewalk that's proposed. There are also improvements proposed along Putnam Road, as well as sidewalk improvements and some improvements of this, the current terminus of Macon Road. And this just shows you the plan in future phases and how it all will build out. Again, a continuation of the bikeway, as well as the side path along Park Long Drive in Phase 2, and the shared street that I mentioned in Phase 3. So the plan does need to provide open space. In Phase 1, 10% common open space is necessary. The applicant is providing approximately 8.7% in Phase 1, and the remainder will carry over into Phase 2. We talked about this at the sketch plan presentation. And so the applicant is proposing thoughtfully designed mews. It has seating and site furniture and robust landscaping, and there's a nice little design, an inviting design off of Randolph Road. And so this, again, carries into Phase 2, where the remainder of the square footage for Phase 1 will be provided, as well as the common open space for Phase 2 townhouses, and then the public open space that's tied to Phase 3 will actually be constructed in Phase 2. And so this is just showing you what is to come with those future site plan applications. And you can see here, what we've just added in is this little space here as part of Phase 2, as part of Phase 3. That new pad site that I mentioned will, in years to come, eventually, reach obsolescence, and at that time, the applicant will provide the remainder of the neighborhood green urban park. One thing that I did want to highlight for the open space is that we added a condition that talks about how this all works out if these two connections are provided as roadway extensions. So the applicant would be required to provide either a payment for the reduction in park acreage, provide off-site park improvement, or another form of compensation as approved by the board. So that's not something we need to hash out or at this point, but it is something that's tied to those future phases. So one key component of this project that was also outlined in the staff report is the need for clear direction from the planning board regarding the undergrounding of existing utilities. So these photos illustrate the existing frontage along Randolph Road looking west. There are 4 existing overhead utility poles along the frontage. And so staff has requested the existing underground utilities be relocated underground because it's chiefly an issue of substantial conformance with the county code, with the sector plan and other guiding documents that we list here. So it's not just an aesthetic ideal. But additionally, all new optional method development projects are generally expected to underground existing utilities along their property frontage. We just pulled some of the language from the subdivision regs. The developer may be required to underground if the board determines it's necessary based on the size and density of the proposed subdivision. We can also point to the intent of the sector plan, page 104, where it talks about the undergrounding of utilities as a priority for public benefits in the plan area. And then more recently, there's some language in our Complete Streets Design Guide, specifically for town center boulevards. Undergrounding is required. Randolph Road is a town center boulevard. The language goes on to further state, unless superseded by the master plan or as determined by the planning board. This is page 154. But overall, this request is consistent with any new redevelopment project of this size, particularly after the adoption of our parking lots to places. But we just wanted to point out that collectively, these regulations, the community plans, the countywide plans really point to a more complete picture that we're trying to bring into focus for the county. And the bottom line is that shifting the overhead utilities to underground is in the public's best interest as it increases reliability of service and safety. We have here a timeline that reflects the ongoing conversations with the applicant, which began at the time of the sketch plan. The applicant, after the submission of the sketch plan, the applicant provided an 8-page feasibility report. It included some cost estimates. And subsequent to that, the board approved a condition within the sketch plan that asked the applicant to evaluate the implementation of undergrounding the utilities along Randolph Road and Park Lawn Drive, associated with the planning document, of the, as required by the county code and associated planning documents, unless there's a capital project for this improvement, which there's not. So we have 2 sections that we want to show you. This cross-section shows the proposed Randolph Road frontage improvements with the overhead utilities as outlined in red. Excuse me. The bottom graphic, you can see that the existing poles create these unwanted jogs at multiple locations along the new bikeway. And for somebody that's on wheels, this can be considered very tightly spaced to negotiate. But to avoid these inevitable conflicts with the poles, the buffers from the poles have to be added in this instance. But if the utility poles are to remain between the bikeway, then the street buffer has to be reduced. So in this example, the cross-section illustrates Randolph Road without the overhead utilities. I do want to note that in both scenarios, we still maintain that 10-foot wide bike path and the 6-foot wide sidewalk. But in this scenario, we have a sidewalk buffer that's consistent, and that creates a safer, clearer, and more predictable path for cyclists, and this is our preferred cross-section. So from planning's perspective, we really don't evaluate the cost estimates or the financial side of this requirement, because that's not really tied into assessment from the county code's perspective. But nevertheless, for the board's knowledge, we do want to point out that the applicant's report did state that the undergrounding would be approximately about $3 million. This is consistent with PEPCO's review in terms of the cost. We also have PEPCO on the line for further discussion as needed. But we wanted to just highlight here that what you see in purple is what the conditions are asking the applicant to do in the phase 1. So that is to install the conduit along the frontage of phase 1. And you can see here in this condition that it ultimately states that the applicant would be required to do the full undergrounding at the time of the completion of the final development. So we're really looking at phase 3 for all of the poles to be relocated. And then we also have, just for your information, another condition that points to the requirement. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. The requirement of the undergrounding associated with the streetscape improvements. So again, just showing sort of the extent of the improvements based on the phasing of this project. So we also have here.
Ask you a question. You said
Sure,
that,
certainly, I can.
but you said coordinated with the streetscape improvements, but if they didn't underground now, they still have to put in that full street. When they build the phase one, the streetscape improvements would be put in at that time, correct?
Yes.
For the record, Richard Brockmeyer with Mid-County Planning, Transportation Reviewer. Yeah, so the Phase 1 streetscape would, because the utility poles would still be in place, you'd have that section where the street buffer, around the 2 poles, the street buffer would be reduced to 5 feet, and the pedestrian bike buffer would go from 4 feet to 7 feet around those poles.
Can I just also, the properties that are next to this property on the approaches, are they underground, or this is going to be the only section underground in the vicinity of the other properties that are there?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Hopefully this slide addresses that. So we have this vicinity map. You can see the project where this yellow star is, and it has the surrounding area. We also included the boundaries of the sector plans, and you can see where some of the hatch lines are. That's where development applications have occurred. Generally, most of these applications are a lot older. They have not required undergrounding just because of the age of the applications and the development. But you noted the property, the townhouse project to the immediate west, I think this is what you're referring to as the, this is the North Quarter project. So it was not required for a variety of reasons, primarily for zoning. It's not in the CR zone, it's actually in the THD zone, townhouse development zone, and it was approved under the standard method. So as I mentioned before, we typically ask for the undergrounding with the larger incentive density projects that are within the CR zone. And at the time of the review for the adjacent project, we had also not adopted our latest bicycle master plan, where we do have more guidance for how we want our bikeways to interact with utility poles. And so that project, unfortunately was a little bit ahead of some of our guiding documents and policies that we now have in place and that we do lean on for newer reviews. But I do want to point out another project that's west of the railroad tracks. It did require the undergrounding of existing overhead utilities. This was just about 2 years ago, and that was for a, this project here. It was for the, for a single multifamily building with just 163 units right along Nebel Street. And so, that just gives you some indication of, how the board has evaluated the undergrounding. Loman's Plaza, as I mentioned, at full build-out will be almost 700 units, 680 units.
So I think it would be helpful if we know that how much the cost of each unit would be increased if this $3 million what is the contribution to the raising the prices of each unit? Because it's going to eventually impact the price of the units. I think that's important for us to understand, and if that is a feasible option at all within that market, that makes it possible to happen.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great point. It's something that we talked about with the applicant. They did share with us the cost burden of undergrounding the utilities within the realm of phase one. And so with the condition that we proposed, we tried to accommodate that by saying that the undergrounding would have to be completed by phase three. And phase three is when they have upwards of 500 units coming online. And so that cost per unit goes down substantially. We know that if we require it with only 89 townhouses, it is substantial. But if we require it at the full build out where they have upwards of 600 units, and that cost comes down But again, from staff's perspective, we're looking at, other technicalities, not necessarily just the cost. But again, as I mentioned, this is, as the board directs and determines, but hopefully I've answered your question. I
Ms.
have a
Graham,
few.
I apologize for interrupting. This is Bennett with Pepco. I did have a point to make about this particular aspect, and that is that should the construction of the building be in violation of NESC rules in regards to horizontal and vertical clearances to our transmission and distribution wires, then the developer would be required to underground those facilities regardless of planning recommendations. We currently have a 69 kV pole line, 13 kV pole line on a shared pole line, and the building must be no closer than 11 feet from the closest phase wire and 16 feet from the vertical. And there is, this is a combination of NESC Rule 234 and Pepco standard. So should there be any clearance violations, then that would be a condition that Pepco would not accept, and that would prompt a relocation on the part of the developer.
So
Thank you.
that-
Thank you for that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we get through the presentation and we'll come back and talk about the utilities and
I just
underground.
had a question
Okay.
from Pepco. These clearances, does it allow emergency vehicles, or that's a separate requirements? Just a technical question.
There would be clearance requirements for emergency vehicles, but those would fall under different NESC charts. I could find out the specifics. Are you referring to like fire engines?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll have to follow up with that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, why don't we finish our discussion and then we can talk about that, utilities or any other outstanding issues at the end of the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Sure, no problem. I'll try to wrap up quickly here. Again, this is an intensive density project, so there are public benefit points associated with it. The applicant is required to do a minimum of 100 points. They're proposing approximately 130 points. The improvements that you see in bold are those that will be delivered in phase one. The others will come online later on. So approximately 58 of those points would be upfront, and the remainder will be in subsequent phases. There is a forest conservation plan associated with this site. There are no, this is already really developed. There are no environmental sensitive areas on the site, but there is a very small portion of the Stream Valley buffer that's on the southeast corner. So in terms of FCP requirements, they do have an afforestation requirement that is 1.5 acres, and they will satisfy that with a payment. Excuse me. Through a fee in lieu payment. The applicant, as you can see here in the same area, there are also 3 trees that have a critical root zone impacted. So the applicant is requesting a variance for these off-site specimen trees. 2 of them will be impacted but saved. 1 will be removed, obviously with intent to save. And so this generates a mitigation of 3 3-inch caliber trees to be planted on site. So the applicant, as I mentioned, there's an existing Stream Valley buffer encroachment. And from the environmental guidelines perspective, the encroachment into the buffer is permitted if road connections that are, thank you so much, if road connections, for road connections that are necessary and unavoidable. So in this case, we have the extension of Macon Road that's recommended in the sector plan as part of a new street grid. And for that reason, the location, and the location is also fixed because of the existing terminus. And so for that reason, that really creates a necessary and unavoidable situation. The stream daylights to this property that's outlined in blue. And so to mitigate for the loss of some of the stream buffer functions, the applicant will be providing a mitigation in this area for the removal of invasive vines and any trash and debris that's around the stream. And so with the provision of the stream buffer mitigation, staff finds that the proposed project conforms to the environmental guidelines. Excuse me. We're almost done here. So in terms of the conditions of approval, we do have just a couple of tweaks that we would like to bring to your attention. What is highlighted in blue and underlined are the additions proposed, and anything in red is strike through. So the first one is related to the condition that I showed earlier for the installation of the conduit. We just added subject to PEPCO's review, approval, and acceptance because they do have purview over this, and we want them to have the ability to do what they need to do. And then for a certified preliminary plan, this for interim section K1, this is really just to link up to another condition that refers to the provision of the full street section of Lauderdale Road. The lotting plan, this is really a clerical edit, just making sure that things link up between the table and labels. For the site plan, this is also a clerical edit. This was just a typo that slipped through the cracks, but the square footage is accurately stated in other sections of the staff report. It's 170,000 square feet of residential development. And then for the forest conservation plan associated with the mitigation area that I just mentioned, we just added subject to the approval of the applicable agency. So bringing this to a close, this project meets all of the required preliminary site plan findings. It achieves substantial conformance with the sector plan, the bike master plan that I talked about, also Chapter 22A, the environmental guidelines, and we have approval letters from all of the required agencies. The applicant met all of the proper signage. There were some questions that came into staff that were similar to what were asked during the pre-submission meeting, some of them about traffic calming, pedestrian facilities. We shared with the community that they will be improved. We also met with the community on site along with representatives from the project team to talk about some of these issues with the community. And so with that, just want to bring this to a close. Again, for all the reasons that we noted in terms of conformance, we do recommend that the planning board approve all three applications that are before you, the preliminary site and the forest conservation plan, with the changes to the conditions that are modified or outlined herein.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graham, for your presentation. We have one speaker on this topic, on this project, Allison Dewey from the Randolph Civic Association. Please come up. Welcome. Please state your name and you can continue.
My name is Allison Dewey. I'm here today on behalf of the Randolph Civic Association and as a resident of Macon Road to ask you to add serious traffic calming measures on Macon Road and Putnam Road due to the density of housing that has been built and will continue to be built in the area in and around Lohman's Plaza. The Randolph Civic Association is also asking you to require the applicant to create a pocket park at the intersection of Macon Road and Putnam Road as planned in the White Flint 2 sector plan. My family and I have lived on Macon Road for nearly 17 years. The Randolph Civic Association and I would like to thank the county for some safety enhancements that they have made in Randolph Hills over this time and that have created safer areas of the neighborhood, primarily due to the addition of curb extensions and 2 new stop signs in our neighborhood. The Randolph Civic Association conducted an official walk audit in 2021, and we hope to see even more results from our lengthy effort. As for Macon Road and the impact of the 104 new townhomes in 2020 and the upcoming 54 new townhomes planned for Phase 1 of Loman's Plaza, we are asking you to consider serious traffic calming measures not just within the townhome development, but adjacent to it. With the addition of the 101 new townhomes in 2020, we saw a significant increase in traffic volume and speed of traffic on Macon Road. There have been many parked cars hit, mine included, and several multi-vehicle crashes due to excessive speed on Macon Road. The addition of the planned 54 units of Phase 1 of the Loman's Plaza project will very likely bring upwards of 150 new drivers using Macon Road to exit and enter the subdivision. We beg you to make safety your top priority when planning, and safety for all road users, pedestrians, cyclists, and scooters should be your top priority. The area of Macon Road, Putnam, and Hunters Lane has outgrown planning as a suburban area. With the addition of the 158 new townhomes over the years, we will now be a very dense urban area. We ask you to consider planning for the safety of people in and out of cars, but primarily people that are out of cars because they are the most vulnerable. We urge you to add traffic calming measures such as one-way streets, roundabouts, curb extensions, narrowing lanes, speed bumps, and raised crosswalks, not just for the new roads that are being created in the townhome project, but for the areas adjacent to the townhome area, specifically Macon Road and Putnam Road. These roads will feel the immense impact of the additional hundreds of residents of the townhomes. We know the county has adopted a Vision Zero plan, which we hope is at the forefront of everyone's mind when planning and designing new roads in and around residential areas. I personally have attended past Vision Zero summits and know there's a lot of work being done. But obviously not enough because, as I'm sure you are all well aware, deaths on Montgomery County roadways have sadly increased over the last 4 years since Vision Zero was adopted. So we have to do more. Please be proactive in prioritizing bike, ped, and scooter safety as opposed to being reactive. Safer roads will never be achieved if we maintain the status quo of our planning efforts. The Planning Department and DOT have to do more and do things differently. Please, when residents are asking you to design and plan with more bike ped safety in mind, please take action to do so. Now, I'd like to address the pocket park and stormwater management. Beginning in 2015, the Randolph Civic Association strenuously advocated for the creation of a small pocket park at the intersection of Macon Road and Putnam Road, adjacent to the presently unmaintained stream channel located on county right-of-way property directly to the south of the intersection. The White Flint 2 sector plan on page 51 under Design and Connectivity Recommendations states, create an accessible pedestrian and bicycle pathway through the MCDOT Montgomery County-owned parcel P268. This parcel is adjacent to the Walnut Grove condominium and Oxford Square apartments and is located at the intersection of Macon Road and Putnam Road. It's figure 22 in the Forest Conservation Plan. The pathway should link the residents in the existing southern development to the new development at the Loman's Plaza property. The proposed Loman's Plaza redevelopment provides the planning board the perfect opportunity to implement the White Flint 2 sector plan's recommendations in this regard. The pocket park would further enhance the relatively limited amount of green space currently contemplated with Phase 1 of the proposed redevelopment. As Madam Vice Chair noted, the plan currently doesn't have much green space for the residents to access. In addition, and in all likelihood, this area will already be significantly disturbed by Phase 1's construction. The applicant should be required to adopt off-site stream improvements such as those recommended in the Forest Conservation Plan, such as the vine removal and trash cleanup. But we all know those come back to this area as an offsetting measure for not providing full environmental site design in the redevelopment plans. This off-site remediation would go a long way to realizing the goals of the White Flint 2 sector plan. I appreciate your attention and thank you for your consideration of Randolph Civic Association's request for traffic calming measures on adjacent roads to the redevelopment and to include a pocket park at the intersection of Macon and Putnam Roads. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we'll have some discussion on those items. Thank you. So why don't we first have the applicant make a presentation if you have one, and then we'll just then bring it open for discussion with the board. But if you can address many of the questions brought up by Ms. Dewey, and we also have MCDOT on the line, and you can also discuss what were the recommendations in the sector plan taken into account when all these recommendations were made. So applicant first, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, I'm Bob Harris with Lord Turley Brewer. I'm going to immediately ask for your indulgence. There's a lot on the table here to address, some questions from the board, some questions from the community, questions from the staff. We want to make sure we address all of them, so please, your indulgence. We have a team at the table here with you. Our architect, Carol Trickmeyer. Mr. Majestic is the operator of the retail there. Andy Brown is with me here. He's the one who's going to be developing Phase 1. Last but not least, Andrew Bradshaw is the engineer who's worked with us on this. So we will try. Oh, I'm sorry. So it may be a little bit of a tag team here. Again, your indulgence, please.
We have time.
Okay. Thank you. I do want to start by thanking Tamika for all the work she and her colleagues have done on this. It's a complicated project for multiple reasons, as the lengthy staff report and a number of conditions indicate. But she's been great to work with, as has the staff. And at the same time, I'll commend my own client here because they've been very cooperative in agreeing to so many things that the staff recommended or suggested. And I think we've got a great project coming before you today. First, to the community, I want to thank you for your interest in the community. We all live in a community and we want the best for what we have. We hope that the end result of this will be an overall improvement for the community, and definitely believe that will be the case. Just FYI, in terms of bicycle and pedestrian safety, definitely an important issue. We are doing major improvements that will help for that, and so we hope that the community will benefit from that as well. In terms of the overall traffic, the board should keep in mind that this was a major shopping center operating that produced significant traffic. The residential traffic generation is considerably different, and I also believe that where residents are involved, they are more concerned and more conscientious about how they drive in their own neighborhood. So while there are, appropriate apprehensions there, I really believe the future will be far better than the past. We will look at some traffic calming provisions. DOT is the main decision maker on that, and we don't want to step on their toes or get ourselves into a corner that we can't get out of. But going forward, we will double back with you in the community and see what, if anything, we'll work on that. In terms of the pocket park, keep in mind that we are, per the sector plan, are providing a whole new park in the upper left corner of this. And that is what is called for in the sector plan. Sector plan did not call for a pocket park at the corner down on the lower right side. And so I hope you'll respect the fact that we're doing what the sector plan called for in that regard. And, excuse me. And last on that pocket park, we did look at that because we do like to work with the community, but it is a stream valley buffer, and therefore we're really precluded from doing that kind of improvement that you mentioned. So please bear with us. We do think the future will be better than the past. I want to get to the main issue of the undergrounding of utilities, but I also want to answer Commissioner Pettering's question in a minute. But before that, just a brief overview. I think everybody in the room will recognize that this is a very desirable project for multiple reasons. As Tamika mentioned, it implements the White Flint 2 sector plan recommendation for redevelopment of a declining shopping center into a vital mixed-use project. The White Flint Design Guideline headlines call the whole objective turning parking lots into places, and that's exactly what this is doing. And we don't want the burdens being put on it that would stop us from turning a parking lot into a place. Secondly, I think it's important because it's going to bring a new grocer, we hope, to the area. We're working very hard on that, and if this project gets approved, we're optimistic that we can bring a new grocer. Third, and this is the most important thing, we're going to be adding really important housing diversity to the area by providing rental townhomes for missing middle families that will include will include 15% MPDUs, all of them with 3 bedrooms, which are highly desirable because they accommodate families in need of housing who outgrow an apartment that is typically 1 or 2 bedrooms. And the townhome living provides more of a family atmosphere for them. So this is an important new growing market, that type of unit that we'll explain in 1 minute, Commissioner Pettering, but also the rental function of them is unique in this area. So if I could take a time out here from what I want to come back to the undergrounding utilities, but if maybe Carol can answer your question on the design right now while we're on that.
Yes, good morning. I'm Carol Twitmeyer. I'm an architect and urban designer with MBNA and part of the team here. We've been working for actually years on this, and we've come up with this unique, actually it's not, we didn't invent it, but we're proposing this unique back-to-back townhouse configuration. And to explain how that works, the ground floor contains 2 long garages where you have tandem parking spaces. They're private garages, and they are accessed from the alley, as we described before. The front of the townhouse at the ground floor has 2 entries. Each entry has access from the garage and then also has a staircase coming up to the unit above. So the one staircase for the back unit comes up and goes along the side all the way to the back of the unit. The unit's divided in half, front and back. And the second entry comes up just right above to that front section. Now, each of the townhouses are stacked vertically, okay? So the back unit has a 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor stacked on top. You circulate inside that box, all the windows face the back for that unit. Then the front unit, same thing, but all the windows face the front. So that 2nd floor has all your living, the kitchen, living, dining, and then the 3rd floor will have the 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and other functions, and the top floor has the master suite, another bathroom and a larger bedroom and some other functions. So we think this is a better way of actually providing these 2 units together because it does really live like a townhouse, right? You're circulating inside. Nobody is above you, making noise above you. You only have the common wall at the back of your unit, and that's it. Hopefully that.
So each townhouse just has 2 parking space, and
Yes.
are there additional spaces for
The
guests
additional,
somewhere?
the additional spaces will be provided on site and on-street parking.
Okay.
Also, on Putnam, we're providing new on-street parking spaces there, as well as on Longstone Way and on the new Lauderdale, and Macon as well. So, yeah, so surrounding the whole block are public spaces.
Thank you.
So just continuing with that, so you're providing street parking where there's none today? Is that what
That's
you're
right.
saying? Okay. And on this back-to-back, what is the widths are the width, whatever, 14, 16, whatever, but what are the lengths would be, just out of curiosity,
Sure.
of each unit?
So each block of 2 units is 48 to 50 feet long, deep, and then 24 feet wide.
So the units will be half of the 48, 50, just
That's
say
right.
25 foot
Yeah.
long unit?
Basically a little
stories tall.
square, right? A
Okay.
24 by 24 square.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Like duplex.
And the reason, so none of these, because the way you're set up, they can never be for sale, right? These are,
Well, they're coming.
I'm just out of curiosity, I mean, it is,
Yeah,
they
I'm
don't
Andy-
lend themselves to for
I'm
sale.
Andy Brown with Stanford Properties. I'm the developer of Phase One. They will be a condo regime, so they could conceivably be sold. That's certainly not our objective, but there's nothing preventing them from being sold in the future if that was something that the residents wanted, or, I mean, that's, again, not our plan, but I don't think physically there's anything to prevent that from happening.
Okay, but just great. So, but all of them will be that back-to-back, all of the units?
No, actually.
Just the
The ones that you see north of, excuse me, Longstone Way are the back-to-backs. All the units, sorry, what is? Lot 1 and Lot 2. Yeah, Lot 1, north of Longstone Way. Lot 2, which is south of Longstone Way, is a combination of 14-foot, 16-foot, and 20-foot shallow units, 32 feet deep. 34 feet deep, as opposed to the typical 40 and 42 square feet. So each of these units has been designed specifically for this site in a prototype to try and increase density, try and reduce size, reduce cost, and so that's the program.
Yeah, just.
Many different unit types.
So Lot 2 are the typical towns, and then the Lot 1 is this the back-to-back?
I would say typical in the sense that they are towns and that they're vertical, but not typical in their depths. It's a pretty shallow depth.
Depth varies. Okay, thank you.
What is the square footage average from, what average square footage of this living?
Well, for the back-to-back units, they are, because we do have a varying front on them, and so some of them are a little bit bigger, some a little smaller. They vary from about 1,900 square feet per unit to about 2,200 square feet per unit.
That's very good.
The townhouses vary from 1,650 square feet per unit up to about 1,850 or so. So the smaller size makes it more affordable. So, but it's also 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. They're also have all the functions that a typical townhouse would have. They're just a little smaller.
That's really interesting. Thank you.
Okay, as I highlighted earlier, the only issue we have really is with respect to the undergrounding of utilities. And in the sketch plan discussion we had with you a year ago, we laid out some concerns, and you understood those concerns and asked us to study it further. You did not mandate it in any way. You said to study it, which we have. And we've done that, and I want to give you some justifications as to why we don't think you should make it a requirement, but I think a prefatory item on that is the cost component, because in the end, everything comes down to, is it economically feasible to do all kinds of different things, and this is an important factor. So Andy Brown can discuss that.
Thank you, and thank you for asking the question about cost, because obviously that's foremost on our mind. First of all, a clarification, the cost that our dry utility consultant came up with was not $3 million. $3 million was simply the low end of the PEPCO itself. It did not include Verizon and Comcast, which also would have to be relocated, and it did not include any of the conduit installation cost, which is significant. So the range of costs for the utility undergrounding is $4.5 million to $5.4 million. And on a per unit basis for Phase 1, that would be $60,000 per unit. For Phases 1 and 2, with the additional 45 townhouses, it's $40,000 per unit. And this is on top of a base cost. Again, we've spent all this time trying to engineer a townhome that's affordable to build, and that additional cost represents about a 15% premium on all the hard and soft costs of our delivery. So it completely obviates what we've been able to achieve by engineering and designing a smaller, more efficient unit. The only other thing I wanted to say is that we have specifically designed these units to also take advantage of the new council, the bill that the council is proposing to encourage smaller units by providing an exemption on the school impact fees for units which meet a certain square footage maximum. We've designed them, I think every one of them, when you include the garage, meets that, and that for us is about a $30,000 per unit reduction, which again reduces our cost and everything. The imposition of the undergrounding not only gives that back, but doubles that and adds an additional $30,000. So for many, many reasons, the cost burden of undergrounding utilities, while it's a public benefit, is really infeasible to apply to individual projects. And to answer your question, neither the right or the left of us have been underground. So it would be our one site which would be undergrounded, and then they'd pop up above on both the sites on either side. So
Can I
thank you.
just ask you a question? I understand you said there's about $30,000 to $40,000. I just did a simple calculation. I said 3 million divided by like about 600 units to see, because altogether, if you include all so that came like about 5,000. Now, if the cost has gone up, it may be 10,000. I'm just wondering how your calculations come up to be higher than that.
Well, because the undergrounding we can't do the undergrounding in phases. We couldn't do this particular frontage undergrounding and then come back up. So if phase one or phase two is required to underground, that burden has to be spent up front. So it's realized at the first phase. Phase three, down the road, might do some kind of reimbursement, but the point is it would render the first two phases infeasible to construct.
But one question, I hear that, your explanations, just so I can understand, you're saying to underground the utilities for the entire project is 4.5 to 5.4 million. Is that what you said?
That's what our utility consultant has come up with, yes. That's our 9-page report.
Okay, and what I understand that what staff is recommending is that to put the conduit in for the first phase, not undergrounding utilities at first, but when by the time you finish the project, the latter phases have to include undergrounding. So my one question to you, is that what I hear? And so what would it cost to put the conduit in for the first phase?
The estimated conduit construction for the frontage is $1.1 million, which is about $12,000 additional cost for each of the first phase townhomes. But Andrew, you should address whether that's feasible.
And Pepco is on the line too. I mean, is there a benefit to putting in empty conduit so you don't have to, if you do have to in the future underground, tear up the whole streetscape and put in the conduit when that's at that time? So how much does it cost? Well, what's the feasibility and does it save anything?
Andy Bradshaw from Johnson Burnett Associates, the civil engineer. I'm going to let Pepco talk about it in a second, but our understanding from our dry utility consultant is that typically Pepco and/or the other utility agencies won't let us put in empty conduit without a design and a plan for the undergrounding, and not just have empty conduit. So I don't think it's feasible to do so in that matter, but I'd love to hear Pepco's confirmation.
I'm sure they do have to have some initial design, preliminary design of what would be thing, but okay, Pepco, do you have any comment about putting in conduit early on so that at some future date you can, if you want to underground the poles?
I will just say that our chief interest is in ensuring the safe operation and access to our existing overhead pole line. We're interested first and foremost in ensuring that the buildings are in compliance with our clearance standards, and that should we be required to relocate our facilities, that the relocation adheres to an acceptable configuration change. And whatever phase one conduit plan would be installed, it would have to accommodate such an overall plan, assuming that the full undergrounding would be carried out, and that would involve two separate duct bank manhole systems due to the fact that we don't intermix our transmission and distribution systems within the same duct bank manhole infrastructure.
So what does that mean? You don't mix? I don't understand. I mean, you don't mix it with what?
Meaning that our transmission line would need to be installed in a separate conduit system and manhole system without it being shared with our distribution rated facilities rated 13 kV or lower. So essentially, there would be a conduit manhole system for our transmission system and a conduit manhole system for our distribution system.
So 2 conduits.
So it would be duplicative. Yes, that's correct. Whatever system would be required, there would be 2 of them essentially, and then the requirements for each are different. The transmission infrastructure is more costly, deeper, bigger, etc.
Okay. And the applicant may have to do that anyway if their lines are too close to the building or whatever access.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to address that. We've designed the unit, we've been in constant communication with Pepco through our utility consultant. We've designed the building so that they meet all the horizontal and vertical clearance. We've pulled back facades in some places. We're well aware that we can't violate those clearance restrictions. So there's not a situation where we'll build something that requires the utilities to be underground.
Okay. And
Before you go further, sir, I will say that I think it's important that we do perform a final review of that. We've had cases where projects have proceeded under initial agreements and clearances not be met. And if you look at Chapman Avenue at Twin Brook Parkway, for example, our overhead lines are on the field side of the pole line within our clearance distance. And so they are essentially permanently grounded and inactive, and due to that, and it's just that's a non-standard condition, and that was an afterthought situation, and we just need to make sure upfront fully that everything is in compliance.
okay.
Understood.
In the last, so Mr. Tribble, have you had a situation where you've given cost estimates? What's the process for installing underground lines? So the applicant comes to Pepco and saying, I want these going to go underground, and you do some design of where, how many conduits and what has to be done, and then the applicant installs the conduit, and you come back in and pull the lines, and what is the process for that?
Sure. So typically, customers are represented by a dry utility consultant to manage the coordination of the design amongst all of the impacted utilities. And in that case, we are contacted to provide our minimum requirements, and we will have influence over number of manholes where they'll need to be, just due to the fact that well, this is what we specialize in, and the dry utility consultants are jacks of all trades, and so there will be some back and forth that will ultimately lead to a finalized plan, and at this point with our Pepco process, Pepco is typically responsible for the installation of those facilities in county and state right-of-ways, whereas in the past that was something that we could permit the customer to do under our permits. So essentially, Pepco's design would then convert to a mobilization to complete that conduit installation in the field, and then proceed to do the cabling, and then the ultimate removal of the of overhead facilities. We would typically top the poles above the communication and leave that infrastructure in place until the time that those companies are able to relocate their facilities as well.
So in this case, you would be installing the conduit. the conduit and the cable?
That is our current understanding. There is some discussions underway that may change that policy to allow the customer to be able to perform that civil work, but yeah, our past practice for the past few years has been that Pepco would be responsible for all civil work and cable work.
Okay, and then did you have an estimate if the applicant were just to install, well, you were just install the conduit, do you have an estimate of what that would cost for this project?
Yes, so I did respond to Ms. Graham's request for some feedback as to what the minimum requirements would be. And the problem with this relocation is that we have a substation that's essentially right across the street from Park Lawn. And so the 69 kV relocation, it's not in our best interest to piecemeal an undergrounding when the number of spans to the substation from overhead just beyond the LOD of the site would be, 2 or 3 spans. So we would need to underground a transmission system all the way back to the substation. And so that would increase the number of feet of trench and conduit, manhole, and cabling. The distribution relocation could be done to the outer limits of the LOD. So yeah, and I estimated on the low end 3 million, but that is just based on experience without having consulted with our substations department, as they would need to be involved with new substation entry, and there is a lot of additional engineering research that would need to be done to truly finalize. So the work that I've done to date has been mostly conceptual.
Okay. But your 3 million
Yeah.
was for the whole shebang, not just the conduit, correct?
That is correct.
What would it be for the conduit, just for the conduit?
For phase 1 or for all?
For all.
I would think 2/3 of that or slightly more.
Can I jump in
Okay,
with a,
yeah,
can I get a quick question? You mentioned the Chapman Twin Brook Parkway development a few minutes ago. Could you go back to what you were talking about there with it having to be permanent? Because as far as I'm aware on Chapman, those still have above ground utilities there. So I was wondering what was specific. I live near there and I'm familiar with it. So I was wondering what you were
Sure.
discussing with that one. What was the issue there?
So I was involved with the 1900 Chapman apartment complex.
Oh, the
where
apartment that's
we
further
did-
down the street. Okay. Not the
Yes,
townhome
that
development
is
at the corner.
they're adjacent properties, I
Yeah, yeah.
believe. And so the undergrounding did proceed at I guess the request of the applicant due to encroachment on the overhead lines. And we had made plans under that relocation to be able to continue the undergrounding in both directions. Should we be required to underground further by the adjacent lot developments?
Mhm.
And for whatever reason, the townhome development did not go forward as an undergrounding.
Mhm.
And very late in the process, it was identified that the clearances were not achieved, and so we had to make non-standard safety implementations to make safe. I mean, I'm
Okay. So,
yeah.
yeah, so because that's a townhome development as well, and late in the process, you noticed that basically they were too close to the front of the units on Chapman. Is that accurate?
That's correct, and
Okay.
we wouldn't be able to do that in this case because of that is certainly not something that we would entertain at the onset, and certainly not for our transmission system, our 69 kV.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board in order to make some final decisions here?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I again, bouncing around among the various people involved in this, I hope to not get this too confusing, but I did have some more things I wanted to share with you
thank
on this important issue. we've talked mostly about cost, and clearly that is a significant factor. And even now, I'm hearing variations in this. Do the utilities have to be undergrounded all the way to the substation? Keep in mind that look at this plan that's on the screen. The way the utilities work, they're on the south side of Randolph Road for phases 1 and phase 3, lots 1 and lot 4 here. But then they cross cross Randolph Road right at that curve, and then they're on the other side of Randolph Road where they go to the substation. So query whether undergrounding utilities on the front of this means undergrounding them across Randolph Road to the other side or not, then add zeros to the number that Andy gave you earlier, and then even more so if it's got to go to the substation. In addition to that, please recognize, all due respect to PEPCO, they've got a procedure to go through, and that would add an immense amount of time to this. Oh, thank you for pulling that up, yeah. So I forget, I thought they cross right where that circle is and go to the other side, I believe. But anyway, this is a very complicated site for that reason alone, but there are others. Taking a step back, in my experience, the underground utilities issue has come up many times. There seem to be 3 primary reasons for undergrounding utilities. Service reliability, trees taking down lines, okay, number 1. Number 2, providing room, this is a newer one, providing room for bicycles, pedestrians, and transit improvements. And 3, aesthetics. People prefer not to see transit lines. But with respect to reliability here, I think that is a non-factor, okay? I've traveled the entire length of Randolph Road. I've lived here all my life. These same utility lines run above ground all the way from Potomac to Prince George's County, okay? 0 are undergrounded in my experience. And I did a Google Street View map, and I don't think any of them. Maybe staff mentioned one project slightly to the left here where it was a requirement. I was unaware of that, but if it was a requirement, I don't think it's been done. But the other, call it 15-mile stretch, these utilities there. So reliability is not going to be improved by taking 200 feet, 300 feet below ground, okay? So that's not an issue. Second, as reflected in the site plan, we are providing, in terms of the pedestrian and bicycle improvements, we're doing all of those improvements. We've got a 6-foot wide walkway. We've got a 4-foot buffer. We've got a 10-foot bike path, and then an 8-foot buffer to the street. The only difference between that and the perfect situation is that there are a few places where there's a jog in the bike path because of the poles, but it's an insignificant jog, and I don't think that detracts from the overall functionality of this, particularly for the tune of $5, $6, whatever $1 million it is. Thirdly, the weakest reason of all for underground utilities is aesthetics, and whenever that is a factor, as with all the others, it has to be balanced with the cost. There's always a cost-benefit ratio to everything here. And here, we're trying to provide affordable housing, and the costs could sink the project, okay? And as this board and others have decided on multiple occasions, there are times when undergrounding utilities is not justified. And it depends on cost, it depends on, like here, these are high voltage lines. These are not just local distribution lines. This thing goes from that substation, again, all the way to Prince George's County and beyond. It's a major line, so it's very important. Driving out here this morning for the hearing, driving up George Avenue, there's a new multifamily project under construction down at the Forest Glen Metro Station. Guess what? Utility lines on George Avenue above grade. That's a much denser project than this, above grade. Just down the street here, you can almost see it at the door, at the window, a new multifamily project. Above grade utilities on George Avenue. Let's go over to White Flint. No B1, no B2, very dense projects, high-rise buildings. Because of the cost and the absence of the need to underground, the planning board did not require undergrounding there. There's a project on Randolph Road or Parkland Drive further to the south called Harwood Flats, a multifamily project, denser than this. The utilities are not undergrounded. They have their sidewalk, their bike path, et cetera, all there, working with the above-grade utilities because it just did not make economic sense to do that. The epitome of development in this area, Pike and Rose. Drove by there. I was surprised. Utilities on Rockville Pike are above ground, okay? You didn't make them do that. That's a 1 million square foot project or whatever. It's huge. I appreciate staff's commitment to making things nice and functional and perfect, but we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. This is a good project, and the utilities just, it's just unjustifiable to do it. And the code does not require you to do it. As staff pointed out, you have the discretion to say we have to or don't have to. And so the final thing I would add is that because this issue is coming up time and again, I think we, the county, need to deal with it in a more global way. We can't punish this developer and not these three and say you got to underground and these people don't. Or because of the random location of above ground utilities. If we were on the north side of Randolph Road, they wouldn't even be there. So it's a random obligation. Last evening, Councilmember Stewart was at a meeting at our office, a meeting with developer people. Robert was there, as a matter of fact. And we talked briefly about whether the county should provide for funding for underground utilities in a comprehensive way, using impact taxes to fund it where necessary, and creating a CIP item that would do it where it's necessary. And I stand by what I've said. It should not always be necessary. And I don't, in this case, think it is necessary. But if it were, why don't we create a mechanism to do it the way we build other infrastructure? We're not building roads the way we used to. So these impact taxes are going to the county, and we're not building roads. We are building pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and that appears to be what the driving force is here. So I think there's a rabbit hole to deal with this that does not punish or jeopardize a very important project here, and I just ask you to please reflect on that and let this project go forward. I'm sorry to be a little emotional, but I want to see this project succeed.
Do you have any other
No,
comments?
no, I've had my say.
You're okay, thank you. One last question to Pepco here. You're still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so you are very familiar with this Park Lawn substation?
Not familiar enough to identify the means and methods for penetration to cubicles, as that would be necessary. But
What does that mean? I'm more of the
meaning, like, if we were to bring new cabling into this substation, every substation is built differently with different structures, with conduits, manholes. Some have dedicated cable rooms that make it easier. Some do not. They have conduits that are built through the foundation to each cubicle. So I don't have. I have not performed
here's my
the engineering research.
Excuse me. Are there substation reliability? Are there reliability issues just in Pepco big picture in this area? I mean, related to this line?
That's something I could easily follow up with to provide, but I don't have the information. My role is in new business engineering. We would need to outsource that request to our reliability department, and I could do that for you.
And if this road was straightened out, would you have to do any undergrounding?
The reason for an undergrounding from Pepco's perspective, I mean, if this was simply an applicant submitting a request to serve the townhome subdivision, we would look to see that the clearance requirements are met, and if they are, then we would maintain the overhead pole line. So, and also I think that to bring the transmission out of configuration is by going from overhead to underground and then back overhead. We really just don't want the complication and the varying means of configuration changes on our system to have to manage. So that's why this plan involves just basically the relocation of the substation getaway pole to beyond the furthest most LOD. I'm not sure if I answered your question though.
Yeah, you did. And is there any long-term, like CIP for this area for undergrounding or any major undergrounding lines in this Randolph Road area?
That's another item I can get back to you about, but I strongly doubt it. We're actually going to be constrained, and so a lot of our programs for the next fiscal year are going to be pulled back quite a bit due to PSC funding. And so I imagine any plan to relocate underground would be put on hold if it were in the plans.
Okay. Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize. I forgot to mention one other thing related to the question that you just asked there. We talked earlier about the realignment of the Park Lawn Randolph Road intersection, okay? That, in my humble opinion, would be the time when undergrounding of utilities here should be looked at. And if it is, then that's a perfect opportunity to use public money plus our impact taxes to do just that, rather than doing it in a piecemeal fashion that burdens this project. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I have a couple more comments, but I want to give Commissioner Linden and others a chance to talk.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chair Harris. I have some other comments related to this project, yeah, outside of
No,
this
please, why
undergrounding
don't you start with
issue.
those?
But I wanted, no, actually, I wanted to, if it's okay, I wanted to start with the undergrounding, and maybe we can move toward some sort of resolution here, and then after that, I have less substantive comments on other things, and also just wanted to address a couple of things that the Civic Association brought up as well, but we can get to that in a bit. I'm leaning toward not requiring the undergrounding. So I just wanted to start with that. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the reasons why, because I think it's important. Some of these reasons have been brought up, and I think it speaks to, you know, we as a group and we as a county, understanding that not all priorities can always be equal. And sometimes if we try to equally balance them, we lead to something that ends up being either unfeasible or something that is delayed or something that actually makes other priorities less effective, or you know, we don't achieve as much toward them as we would hope. The key part about undergrounding for me, and it speaks directly to the idea of resilience, climate resilience in particular, and that's obviously important to me, to us, it's important to the county, it's a key part of the climate action plan. We consider that with a lot of our policies and priorities. But resilience means more than one thing. And in this case, we're talking about resilience of energy infrastructure, which is hugely important in this area. You know, future climate events will involve huge amounts of rainfall, larger wind events. I think, you know, flooding in many cases. Those in our area, that's kind of largely what we're talking about when we think about near-term climate impacts. In the future, it may look like something else. And those are very serious things. But resilience also means the people that we have in the county. It means helping people live in situations where they can avoid some of those future climate risks. It means helping people live closer to areas like we're looking at right here, areas that are relatively close to metro, areas that are have great proximity to existing amenities. It means housing that they can attain and afford in some cases, hopefully in more cases than currently exist. It really means helping people live closer to the areas that makes their lives easier and more convenient. And all of those things contribute to community resilience. And so we're talking specifically about one piece of resilience with the infrastructure, but this project as a whole, if we look at it holistically, contributes greatly to community resilience in a lot of different forms and fashions. And one of those pieces is the ability to move around without a car in many cases. And we could talk more about this. They're contributing to good transportation infrastructure. It's obviously not nearly enough to create a connected network in the area, but it's a move in the right direction. So I think, to me, and I certainly don't want to underappreciate the role that energy and infrastructure resilience means in our area. But even specifically with that point, even if we specifically look at energy transmission and distribution systems, the point was made that, not all of those are equal when it comes to more or less vulnerable pieces of infrastructure throughout the system. So we do need to, I think, have a more comprehensive approach that targets areas that we do think are more vulnerable, areas that will be more at risk, which parts of the county, which particular communities have those. And then to the broader point, this is also, in my view, like a classic example of an issue that, if we're being honest with ourselves, really should be a government and utility investment issue. And I understand the reasons why currently that in the short term, that's maybe economically, financially infeasible. I don't think impact taxes are necessarily the correct way to generate the revenue for that, for the county. But I do think the county needs to play a huge role in financing these things, because I also agree that it's not necessarily fair of us to require one developer in one place to do it, because we were sort of feeling certain feelings a particular day, or were persuaded by certain arguments on that day, but then turn right around in a different location for different reasons. Or maybe we have a different, group of people available that day, for example, that we don't do it there. We need to, I think, be consistent. Consistency is a key piece of project feasibility as well. It's a key piece of helping move through these processes faster. If we have clear guidance that's consistently applied with a clear set of priorities in certain parts of the county. So I know that's a bit a long-winded way of saying that I don't think we should require it here. And I to the question of the bike lane, I really appreciate the 8-foot width from Randolph to the bike facility, or to the sidewalk and then bike facility, or maybe vice versa. But considering that it seemed like the bike path really just barely overlapped a few of the poles, it's hard to tell from the images, but maybe by a foot or two, and the engineers can, of course, confirm whether that's true. Perhaps there's an opportunity to, instead of requiring the jog or allowing the jog to happen kind of going around them, there could be an opportunity to reduce the 8-foot maybe down to 7 or even 6 feet of buffer. And I know we have guidance that prefers 8 feet, and I understand the reasons why. It's great. But in this case, I think 6 feet, probably still 7 feet, I think still would be comfortable, and avoid, conflicting with the existing poles. So that's my take on it. I don't think it's fair to add $4 to $5 million to this project, which will flow directly to the affordability of the actual units on the back end.
Okay, great conversation. If you have a couple more other comments, why don't you finish up the minor ones, and then we'll wrap this up with other boards' comments or questions. You had a couple things with the community. Was it a community comment, or? You're frozen. All right.
Oh, sorry. So less questions and why to the civic. Sorry, can you hear me now? Not
Yeah.
sure if my internet is. How's this?
Yeah, it's better.
All good?
Yep, all good.
Unfrozen?
Unfrozen.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, not a question, but just a comment, just addressing some of the things the Civic Association brought up. Really appreciate those comments, especially around transportation safety, especially for, vulnerable road users. That's hugely important. I appreciate the specific requests as well. To the question of facilities for people trying to move around without a car, it does look like, there will be a sidewalk installed on Putnam. There will be a sidewalk installed, I think, on the road on the southern end of the project that flows into the neighborhood to the east. There is, the bike facility on Randolph itself, at least within the kind of the frontage of the property, and then extending east from there, it does connect to an existing bike facility, and of course, Randolph is planned for a bikeway kind of all the way down. So obviously that'll take some time to build out, but it does feel like this project is making a contribution to a gridded, more connected, somewhat safer, hopefully a lot safer network. And I'm not as concerned about the vehicle movements in and out of this area because, as was mentioned, I think retail generates a lot more trips coming in than residential will, especially throughout the full day. Residential tends to be a little bit more peaked based on commute patterns. But even then, given proximity to certain other transportation options, hopefully it won't be, a lot of people just choosing to get into their car. I think there will be more options available to them. So I really appreciate the comments from Civic Association. I think that this is moving the ball in the right direction. And of course, with the future site plans that come in, we'll have more opportunities to take another crack at it and see how future facilities, as it gets extended, can continue to make that more robust.
Okay, great. So let me just make one comment, and then I'll turn it over to other board members. So I do agree with you that, well, let me say this first. I do commend staff for pushing to have undergrounding of utilities, that it is something that we desire to do, and it's in our new master plans and piece like that. And at the same time, we see that it is so hard right now to get projects moving forward, given costs are so high and interest rates are still relatively high, and that this is a big picture item of trying to underground utilities, and I think it needs a bigger type of a solution, and not have this project underground and maybe the one next door not underground, but it's mostly of how do we move these projects forward now. It's just so hard, and infrastructure is definitely important, but it seems like we need a different kind of solution so we can do it more en masse, and then maybe, so I agree that with you that I'm, for this project and most projects, moving forward now, we need a bigger solution, but that I am very open to having this project leaning toward approving it without undergrounding, but still advocate for the county level, at the national, trying to get a bigger solution of how we get these projects undergrounded for that resilience, environmental resilience sake. So also with the community, it sounds like if MCDOT is still on the line, are you working with the community at all? I mean, it sounds like this is just not the first time you've brought these comments up with MCDOT, and that are they, I mean, this project alone, you're looking at the future, but currently you're having issues, right? And have you been talking to MCDOT about some traffic calming on the existing roads, not even on this property and things like that?
Yes, we have, and the typical response is that would come after, and we would have to, again, request traffic calming measures. It wouldn't be part of the project.
No, I understand, but you're talking about what's going on the road today, correct?
Yes.
You have issues today, and
yeah.
What are some of the comments of MCDOT about working with the community today?
So they have installed a stop sign at Macon Road and Hunter's Lane, which has been helpful. But they haven't installed a crosswalk as we've requested at Putnam and Macon. That was part of the North Quarter project. That's never been done. And so we're trying to be proactive in adding traffic calming measures when the focus is on the redevelopment. And I just want to add that up until the North Quarter, the first phase of, well, the first phase, Macon Road was a cul-de-sac. So there was no commercial throughway. The Safeway traffic did not come down Macon. It went out Putnam. But now we're seeing a lot of traffic through Randolph Hills coming through on Macon Road to down Putnam to Randolph Road as a cut through, and then vice versa. So that's what we're trying to balance and alleviate some of that cut through. So we see some solutions as narrowing Putnam, because the cul-de-sac is there, it'd be a nice place for a little roundabout, like I've seen in other places around the county. There's a community garden at the intersection of Macon and Hunters, which has a very broad intersection. We'd like to see that reduced in size as well.
Okay. So, well, Rebecca Torma and Brica Pardo are online, so maybe they will work with you, Rebecca, and the community as the project moves forward of things to do, okay? Correct, Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm not in that. It's actually a different division that works on that.
Okay. Okay, well,
So-
you guys should
yeah,
connect with the community and work on those. Their existing.
Yeah, again, I think that I don't make those decisions. It's the traffic division that makes those decisions, and they have their code requirements, and they could follow those rules. It is whether it is a reactive process. It's not, the code doesn't require traffic calming because we want to make sure that it's needed. And the road currently, the Macon Road that the applicant is proposing is only one block long.
Right.
So if we need something, that it can be added after the road is constructed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, Mr. Hedrick?
No, for most of you and Commissioner Linden covered most of my comments. I do want to come back to this county-owned parcel that's at the intersection of Macon and Putnam, and this is mostly for staff. They're gonna, part of the condition is to clear it of invasive species and stuff like that. What is that parcel for? What do you have any inkling of what its history was, what it was originally purchased for, why they're maintaining it? I don't, it doesn't seem to be stream-based. I'm just curious as to what it's for.
This is Rebecca. Is that located, or where is it located? I guess?
South of Putnam and Macon, right at that intersection to the southeast corner of the plaza.
Yeah, I believe, isn't that right away? Unused right away?
It's unused right away.
It's actually not. I think so. I thought that.
Yeah,
I
Rebecca.
thought planning staff had.
Okay.
This is Matt Folden, for the record, Regulatory Supervisor from Mid-County Division. I can tell you from the beginning, I don't know exactly what the history of this was. I can tell you,
understandable.
It looks to me as though it was dedicated as right-of-way at some point. It is no longer right-of-way. It's a parcel, and so it's not dedicated
that's
as
what
right-of-way.
All right.
It's not controlled by Parks, the Department of Transportation, and it seems that it's under the control of the Department of General Services.
Okay.
Because of the stream, there's a channelized concrete stream in that area.
In that parcel?
Yes.
Within that parcel itself. Okay, so that does make the park option a little bit more difficult?
It is difficult because it's off-site and the applicant doesn't control the property.
Yes.
There was an ask at one point during the review to do some stream restoration work as part of stormwater management and stream mitigation and everything. That is a much bigger job than what they need to do here to mitigate their impact. When I say they, I mean the applicant. And so what we came up with was the removal of invasive species in this area that does not require any land disturbance, and that will help to improve the health of the stream in this area and start to move toward a more sustainable environmental condition in that area.
Yeah, because in addition to, I think that I do want to give the Randolph Civic Association credit for coming with some very clear and some very focused comments on the actual plan, which I think is very useful. I agree. I mean, looking at that area, and I know it fairly well, there aren't a ton of parks until you get eastover and you hit Rock Creek Park, and there's locals along the whole way. I would tend to think that that's a reasonable. I don't know how parkly it could be. That's not a word, but I'm going to make it one right now. I don't know how usable a park it could be given if there's a channelized concrete structure within there, but it also doesn't appear as if it's being used. I assume you're right that I couldn't tell if it connected all the way to Park Lawn Terrace or not, that whole parcel, but it does. I can see how it would have been a north-south right away to connect those two. But if it's not being used for that and it's being maintained, some sort of public use of it or using it as open space, I think would be a reasonable ask for the, and if it's Department of General Services or county, this is a bit outside of the applicant's requirement, but I think it's a reasonable ask to sort of be able to use that as open space. And I think it backs onto a couple of the apartment complexes down there, which I think is reasonable, and there's some open space there. I think it's worth maybe investigating that more, and I don't know if it's a transfer to parks or if it's a lien or whatever we can use for that. But it's an unused parcel. It doesn't appear to be a particularly developable parcel, and it doesn't appear to be necessary for any maintained right-of-way through those sections. If we could have, bike pedestrian access, I do want to make sure that we've discussed this in the case of other developments, that this not be sectioned off from the other residential areas that access is generally available. And I think there's a way to do that there and to the apartment complexes around. But I would ask that sort of work with the community association a little bit to see what can be done with that parcel. If it could be parkized. I'm going to make up words today. Surrounding parks, it's going to be fun. But if it's a parcel not being used, and it's a parcel, we've discussed this in other contexts, the county owning land that can be used for affordable housing, can be used for public services. This appears to be a parcel that can't be used for much and is not currently being used or will be used for its original intention of right-of-way. And so in that case, I think it's definitely worth working with the community to find some way to use that as public open space, as parks, as POPs, whatever we want to put it as temporary space. Not necessarily that it needs to be developed into a local park, but that it is accessible and thing. I think if we're getting it, if part of the requirement is that it be cleaned up, this would be a good opportunity, I think, to push more on finding out what else may be used for that space may be used for, and to really take that into account for the locality. Otherwise, my comments are mostly along the lines of what Commissioner Linden and Chair Harris have said. I do think the traffic calming, and I know DOT's got their own requirements. I think traffic calming in general is a good idea. This is offside, again, from the applicant's requirements for that, but we're creating a through street with Macon, which is good. That's a connectivity issue. Again, also DOT with Randolph and Park Lawn. That please don't make me ever drive that intersection again. That's just a personal thing. But we are making that. I think the traffic calming is, I think the ideal should be traffic calming unless there's a reason not to, as opposed to only traffic calming if there's a reason to do it. I think there's plenty of options for raised crosswalks and things like that I would encourage us to ask DOT to do, or to at least put on their radar for that. Because I think as we're creating a through street off Park Lawn, that's going for purposes, for good reasons, we want a grid. But we are going to be creating a situation there where I think traffic calming is a reasonable ask, and that's for DOT to decide, not necessarily us, because we're not triggering an LATR. And those are my only real comments. I do really just want to take a look at that parcel, and if it's Montgomery County owned, then let's see what can be done with it.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just one question. If it's the board's desire for us to evaluate that as potential open space outside the responsibility of the applicant, just as a public project, perhaps during the motion, you could direct us to write a letter to DGS suggesting that.
Okay, if we could put that into the resolution
I
for.
think that's a good idea. And I want to just make the final comments regarding the utilities. I do agree that we should not put this burden under the development because it's going to eventually reflect back on the cost of the housing. However, staff is obligated to bring it up because it's written in the master plan to do that. So I see what you're doing, and I would do exactly the same thing if I was in your place. So I think that we should start thinking about overall a comprehensive solution to this, rather than putting it in the master plan and bring it, for you guys to bring it to us and we say no, because I don't think that it is, many times it's not the right thing to do. Maybe we should look at that, how we could create a comprehensive program within the utility companies, because it's not just Pepco that are out there. There are other utility companies, DOT, and any other state highway, any other pertinent agencies that involve and provide some kind of funding that could be contributed by the developments that otherwise we would ask them to do that creates a funding, at least not for the whole funding, but some kind of funding, and then eventually to be implemented either by utility companies or by DOT. I think that this would be a way to go, rather than just make it in the master plan that requires staff to make comments, and we always say no. That would be my suggestion to do, but I support not to include it in there. Yeah.
May I just respond to that, Commissioner? And this goes to Mr. Harris's point earlier about conversations that have come up about a work group that would evaluate not only impact taxes, but infrastructure and specifically underground and utilities. And so that is in the works right now. It's not something that has been established yet, but I know it's something that the council members are talking about as well. And so I think it's a little too early for us to say, yes, that's going to be a major topic. It will be a major topic of discussion in terms of how it's funded and what form and kind of what are the next steps. But, I think the direction right now is we still have some things, as you've noted, that are either part of a master plan and the direction that we're getting from master plans and the code and functional plans that do require us to bring these up. But we do also understand that there's a cost to that, and that's something that we'll have to evaluate. We feel like staff did a good job of really putting together, I think, kind of the overall perspective of what's going on for this site. But again, it is very site-specific, as you've seen here. And I really appreciate the representative from Pepco being online, too, to kind of walk us through some things.
Could it be some kind of study or some kind of functional plan for undergrounding of the utility lines within the major highway or whatever the name would be, that it could be some kind of a study done in that regard that overrides whatever that it is eventually is in the master plan, so we could refer to that. But that would work comprehensively for the whole county rather than looking at each individual parcel.
I think we can bring that up as part of, and I'm assuming that we're going to have a seat at the table on that work group. And as such, I think we can bring that up in terms of a kind of a broader overview of it.
So I think those are all great ideas. And what I wanted to mention that this is a very topical subject. In this work group, as it moves forward, I mean, a member of Pepco is involved. I mean, the thing is like, maybe we can decide as a county, where are the short-term needs and long-term needs? Short-term needs, what are the areas that really have some vulnerability and need to have their lines underground? I mean, as a first step, and then, get those areas done first, whether it's, and then move out from there, funding available and things like that. But we're also talking about it in our incentive zoning, where we would give the developer, if they want, it's where you do certain public benefits to get density. And maybe if you did undergrounding of utilities, you don't have to do something else. So the developer isn't have a total like A through Z of things to do, but if you do this one thing, you don't have to do a lot of these other things. So all of that's on the table now. You know, the county council is taking up incentive zoning. So all of this, we're thinking about this, is really important, is balancing all these needs. But at the end of the day, I still believe that on this site, without undergrounding, we still are providing lots of infrastructure, housing, and some other things that are, and that's really, really needed now. So if there are no other comments or questions, like maybe we can talk about what would we be approving and under what conditions. Maybe you can bring that up. And so unless you have something else to.
Yes, thank you. So 2 requests as you prepare your motion. If your direction is to evaluate the open space, we'd like some clarity on that. If we're drafting a letter, if we're putting it in the resolution to draw it to DGS's attention on the open space. And the second piece is, this is such a large and complicated project with a preliminary plan and a site plan. What I would suggest is that you give us some latitude as we're finalizing the resolution. There are a number of conditions here that reference undergrounding utilities.
Right.
What I'd like to suggest is that when we bring you the resolution in a few weeks, it will include a cover memo that will itemize each one of the conditions that has track changes, strike through, underline, to clarify the board's direction through their action today.
Right, that would be great.
Thank you.
And I just want to mention too, in this evaluating open space, it's not that we're not, I mean,
We're not conditioning the site plan or the
you know,
forest
not this-
conservation or anything.
and nor are
with-
we saying that the Parks Department, you know, committing them to something, because the Parks Department has so much
Absolutely.
land, and so much, you know, to have something small that they're responsible for, that's not the goal these days, right? So, but it's, we're looking to evaluate some community benefit here, not committing to who owns it, who maintains it, who pays for it, who, all this other stuff like that, yeah.
Perhaps that letter to DGS could say, evaluate opportunities for public space improvements in the subject parcel.
Great.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So who are we trying to make responsible for that?
It's controlled by the Department the Department of General Services. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll
so
get that out.
but there's nothing on the applicant. It's
Nothing on
not
the
going to be a
applicant.
condition.
No.
Maybe in the findings, we could just discuss and in there that's the board's intent?
Yes,
is
or
that happen?
what we've done in some cases is provide a letter from Chair Harris to the agency suggesting that this be evaluated. I think there are a
Yeah,
couple options.
Okay.
Yeah, without committing anybody to any.
If I may clarify, Carrie Sanders for the record, Division Chief Mid-County. So what I'm hearing is there's going to be a request for the board to provide this letter to the Department of General Services, and the staff would transmit that letter to the Department of General Services, but we would not be including a condition as it relates to this topic, or there would be nothing in the resolution.
No.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve? We have, how many motions do we have to have here?
Let's do 3 because you got 3 things and you've got amendments to all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1/2024-0100 with conditions? And the
Right, and can you
conditions,
pull up what you had originally wanted, and is that still applicable or not? For,
Yes,
what was it, condition 10?
Yes,
Those 10 was
there are a
on
few clarifications to conditions that don't pertain to undergrounding, and perhaps the motion could reflect that there's no requirement for undergrounding in each of the actions.
All right.
right, so where is you? Are you going to pull that up or no?
It's condition 10, yeah.
Carrie Sanders for the record, there are a lot of different conditions that discuss it, so I think we wouldn't be able to pull them all up.
Some that you already were proposing, though. I just want to see the one
Oh,
that
sure.
you came in proposing.
The one
are
that
they
we
still
came in-
relevant or
Yes, they
not?
are still relevant, yes.
But I just wanted to be able to
Yeah.
track.
Okay, so you have a motion for approving the preliminary plan, as I mentioned, with conditions, with the staff's conditions, but modifying any condition that requires undergrounding of utilities.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve this preliminary plan with conditions, noting that we're not to require undergrounding of utilities.
I second.
All in
Not the
favor?
conduits either.
And
So
not the
this-
No
conduit.
conduit.
No
no
conduits or
longer.
undergrounding.
Okay,
in.
got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion to approve the site plan number, was it 8? 2024-0120 with conditions, but removing any reference to undergrounding utility lines.
Move to approve the site plan
Okay.
with conditions in reference to removing references to undergrounding utilities.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that one
Aye.
did have a modification to condition 1 about density, right? That was already in the slides. So that is also being accepted.
And then, do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0680 with conditions? And I don't think the Forest Conservation Plan had any references to undergrounding utilities.
Yeah. Move that we approve the final forest conservation plan of 2024-0680, and in case it does have any references to undergrounding utilities, those can be modified by staff.
Second.
All
And
in
there was one change that was already condition 6, which is being adopted.
Yeah, with the revised staff conditions.
Revised staff conditions, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. And then we have a motion for staff to write a letter to DGS.
Yeah. I'd like, make a motion for staff to write a letter and communicate with DGS about the disposition and use of the parcel at the south side of Putnam and Macon for public open space or some sort of publicly available.
We don't want to ask them to disposition the land. We just wanted to include for the public use. They can have the ownership if they want.
That's fine, yeah, disposition or use for public open space, depending on how they want it. But yeah, someone write that up that doesn't make me sound like a raving lunatic, but yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. So thank you for bringing this project to us. We are very, very interested in moving projects forward, especially housing. We have such a great shortage of housing. We love that you're innovatively doing the back-to-back towns in order to get more density. And we also want to commend staff for working so hard with you on this and also really pushing to implement the requirements in the sector plan, and so I really thank you so much for working so hard with the applicant and bringing these issues, and I appreciate the consultants. It's always important to have the consultants here so we can have real-time discussions as we go through these projects. So thank you so much, and we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at, what time is it now? We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item 8, brief the planning board on the development review process work group recommendations. We're so looking forward to this briefing, and today Director Cronenberg, Deputy Director Cronenberg, Christina Sorrento, and from the Planning Department, and Ehsan Motasidi from DPS is here to present, so we're looking forward to it, and welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Robert Cronenberg for the record. And as noted, joining me is Christina Sorrento and a guest appearance from one of our great colleagues over at DPS, Ehsan Motasidi. So we really appreciate his involvement in helping us a lot with the planning efforts and some of the permit things that we go through with them as well. This, I believe, is our second update to the board on the development review process work group. We came to you last spring after recommendations had been formalized by Delegate Lopez, who initiated this. She formed the work group back in February of 23. We went through a series of workshops and work group meetings to get to a series of recommendations that were presented to the delegation. And we also had there's a total of 28 recommendations originally. It got whittled down to 22. And some of those were planning related, some were Department of Permitting Services related, and others had other involvement from different agencies. 3 of the recommendations were for state legislation, and 2 of those actually passed. 1 did not, and we'll go into a little bit detail right now. On the state law changes, and both Christina and I testified last year at the state on behalf of the commission to support the changes that were recommended by the work group. The 2 that did pass was a state law that allows for conditional planning board approval of plats. And so the conditional approval will be implemented beginning November 15th. So that's we're already here. And so we've started that. The other one is digital signatures on plats. So this is one I think that had a lot of movement, a lot of support, and allow for the archiving of digital plats. And I'm informed by Christina that the State Archives has convened a work group to develop the process for this throughout the state. So it's still in progress, but it has, the legislation was passed by the state. The one that did not pass was basically something that would limit the SHA review time. Right now, SHA does not have any review timelines to follow. They typically follow at some point in the process our development review process for subdivision and for site plans, but there's no mandate. And so what had been presented was that they would follow the 30-day timeline that DOT does. That did not pass, and so we're still continuing to work on that with State Highway to see how we can formalize that. But so it's in progress, but it has not moved ahead.
So in real time, in reality, how long is usually taking right now, currently, for state?
It really depends on the project and the type of activity on a state highway. But I would say 45 days at a minimum for them to provide us some kind of confirmation.
So is 30-day a realistic time that we are asking?
We thought so, because it followed the other agencies and what they do, so we felt like the concurrent review was appropriate. So what I'm going to do now is turn it over to Christina to go through a lot of the planning actions that were part of the recommendations. And feel free to ask questions as we go through this. And
are we going to apply for that 30-day review again this year or no?
We're following that. Nothing has been at least suggested to be introduced at this point. But if it is, we will follow it and we'll support it because it was something that was part of the work group. But nothing yet.
All right, good afternoon. I get to talk about all the wonderful things we have done, which is the majority of the action items we really have completed at this point. one of the ones we have done was, we said we were going to respond to all the stakeholders who wrote in. We had numerous comments, numerous folks testifying, and we wanted to make sure that everybody felt heard. So we did respond to each of those comments that we were not able to respond to while we were in the work group. So that has been completed. We have created an opt-in email list for the notice of all projects, and I was informed today that it's up to close to 100 people on there. So it's growing slowly but surely. And they just basically get notified of any projects that are coming in and that will be going to the board. We have updated the signs, and they look wonderful. If you see them out in the wild, it's a good thing. They have a they have a QR code that you can scan that will take you directly to the project, and you can see all the plans and everything there. I think this is just much, much better than what our older sign type was. We've also been noticing the civic associations and HOAs within a mile instead of half mile from the project, just to make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on. We are also attaching the applicant's pre-submittal meeting affidavits to staff reports, so everything is in there in case certain items were brought up at the pre-submittal meeting, so the board is aware, and it's all part of the record. And I think that's a double. So we have evaluated the intake process to reduce the amount of time from the receipt of the initial application to the date of acceptance. And we've done numerous changes just internally. We did have another intake person added by the council last year, and that has really increased our speed. The intake process is very quick at this point. So we've made multiple tweaks to it, and I think that was a really good, we've made really good progress with that. We've also provided training on intake for applicants and their consultants, and we recorded that training, and so now it's on the website in case anybody new comes and they need to see how to use e-plans in a certain way, how they need to upload, the application and what it needs to look like. That's all there too. We are requiring applicants to provide an overview of opportunities for public comment and participation during the application review process at the pre-submittal meeting. That's something that they were doing, but now we have like a package of documents ready for them to use, so to make sure that everybody's getting similar information and aware of everything in the process and how it works. And we're allowing submittal of certified site plans prior to issuance of the resolution, so that the plans, even though the plans cannot be approved without the resolution, but it allows, the review process to begin. And so that's speeding up the process as well. And then Robert will go over some of the planning actions that we still have in progress.
So thank you. So 3 items. The first one is one of the major recommendations was updating the memorandum of understanding between the agencies. And that has taken longer than, probably not what than what we expected. It's taken a long time to go through all the different activities and actions within the MOU, but we do have a working group that is meeting with, that includes permitting services, Department of Transportation, I believe DOT, and the Executive's Office is part of that as well. We do understand that once we get through this, there are a few other agencies that we need to engage that may not have had as much of a role in that MOU, but are still listed, like DGS, like some others that we know will want to weigh in, but probably not at the same scale that the primary agencies like DOT and DPS and ourselves did. So that's in process. We hope to wrap up kind of the first step of this very soon so that we can transmit that out to the other agencies.
So Robert, I remember that at one time, Ehsan and I were working on that. One of the biggest problem that we had with this lead agency MOU was the utility companies. Because WSCC and PEPCO and other utilities, and I know that the first one was not even signed by those utility companies. And we know that right now, as much as I had heard, a lot of our issues was to get them to participate. on a timely, and especially on those DCR Development Review Committee to attend. So I do not know, I wish you the best luck to get them involved again in this one.
I will say WSSC is an active participant in our DRC process, and more so than the other utility companies that we have. I think they've been pretty good about coming in and providing us comments especially when it's necessary, because there are some cases that may not have as much of an impact. But you're right, and they did participate in the development review process work group that we held this last year, and provided comments during that time period as well. The MOU is a little different, as you noted, and they are one of the lead agencies when it comes to utilities, and so they'll need to weigh in on their portion of it, and we're hopeful that there'll be some good traction with that.
Yeah, good luck.
So, and then the next one is evaluate the potential for a streamlined review of administrative review processes. This is ongoing. We've been doing this. Earlier in the summer, I brought a policy initiative to the board for looking at APF, for looking at some other administrative processes. We now have a tracking system internally with the director's office for administrative reviews that get approved by the director. So this will continue to be ongoing. I mean, we can say we've completed some of it, but I think this will be a continuous work in progress as we continue to streamline and update every year. And then the last one in this group is evaluate and address the representation of East County from a planning, permitting, infrastructure, economic development, and marketing perspective, and so on. And this is something that has been on the forefront of our minds, even when we were doing the Fairland Briggs Cheney plan for master plans. This is something that I felt like was very active in terms of our interaction. It was something that we were considering with our strategic plan, and as we move ahead with next steps, it's something that will be in progress, and we'll continue trying to figure out how we make that the most effective next step.
Mr. Cronenberg, just for people listening, could you explain what lead agency MOU, the importance of that, why that is so important?
Sure.
And give an example.
Sure. An example might be, so the planning board has the authority on dedication of right-of-way, and typically that dedication follows recommendations in the master plan of highways, in specific master plans, maybe in the code, and so the board makes that ultimate determination. And so that is a lead agency action that is really for planning. We definitely have support from DOT, from DPS, especially if there's context-sensitive design issues that come up, but ultimately it's the board's decision as to what that ultimate right-of-way would be. Now, what happens within the right-of-way, I think, is also part of the lead agency reviews for access, for loading, for a number of items, and those things might be the lead for different agencies where each person is in support or each group is in support. So the way the columns are broken out in the MOU is that you have a lead, and that agency is the lead. Sometimes it's a co-lead, depending on what it might be. And then you have support from the other agencies that may have their own permitting discussions and decisions to make, or planning perspectives as well. So that's one item. If you need more, I can.
Okay, no, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. And then two other items in progress. One has been, and we've been talking about this, even yesterday we held a session with Leadership Montgomery that talked about a Citizens Planning Academy. And we have, this board is aware that we got funding in the last budget cycle to get a consultant on board to assist us with the Planning Academy discussions. And this is a work in progress. We've assigned some people to lead that from our office, and we've been having conversations with our partners and colleagues over in Prince George's County who have a very similar program. In fact, last night they held, I believe, their graduation program for their planning academy. And we got some good feedback yesterday through Leadership Montgomery, and we're going to start working on this even in more detail. So this is in progress or in process as well. And then lastly, investigate how to improve notice and inclusion practices for the BIPOC community in the development review process. This is in process, and it's one of the priorities of the strategic plan too. So it's something that we know will be ongoing. It's not a check the box and we're done, but it's something that will be an ongoing item that we want to continue action on. And these are just some images of different areas where we've had community engagement, where we're really trying to figure out how we empower stakeholders. I think one of the discussions that surrounded the Planning Academy item was, how do we get people that don't always show up to community meetings, that don't always come in and testify and everything? How do we get people to engage and really understand kind of what our program is and how that affects their communities and how they can become even more vocal and engaged through a process like this? So don't know that we have all the nuts and bolts figured out on this yet, but we do a lot of engagement, as you know, and I think this is something where we want to take it out to the communities as much as possible so that they understand what we do. And once they understand what we do a little bit more, it helps them in their communities.
So next steps, we're going to continue to work with the state archives to provide a system for digital plats. I actually just got a phone call today. It seems like they're getting very close to being able to roll this out throughout the entire state, and that's very exciting for us, for sure. We will implement the Planning Academy and continue to look at how we're going to best serve people to really get that out there and serve the folks that we're trying to reach. And we will finalize the lead agency MOU, which we're very, very close on, and continue to research and evaluate representation of East County and what that might look like. And now I will turn it over to Asan, and I'll pull up your PowerPoint.
Can I ask a question in regard to the system for the plats? So the state is providing the system that is for digital plat and digital signature. Is that system going to be given to counties? I know that DPS needs to have it, and we need to have it for the signature, because our signatures would go on that too, because DPS director and also chairman signature. So is that system would be available to us at no cost? Just wondering.
No, I don't think it would be available at no cost. It basically, what they're looking at using is Simplifile, which is something that's already used for many other plan types. And it's what the state is looking at is just what can they use, and then that can be used across the board. And that looks like the database that they're leaning towards. Once they make a decision on that, then we can have our own, whatever license to the database or whatever we need to do to be able to file the plats digitally with the land records, because the land records will also have the same database. It's just a matter of everybody using the same kind of technology.
So the point is that, do we have to purchase rights or do we have to purchase license? And is that something that we have to include in the budget, or is it something that is not really costly and we can just go ahead and do that?
Yes, we will have to, my understanding of this is we will have to purchase the licenses to do this. We looked into this preliminarily, and I don't remember it being super costly, but I don't have the number off the top of my head, and that's certainly something I could bring back and make sure that the folks working on the budget are certainly aware of it too.
Yeah, because we're doing the budget now.
Yes.
I don't think it's costly. I remember the simplified that we are talking about, but we just have to be ready that how it would be. That's really a good saving that makes a lot of people happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to be here, and especially thank you to Robert and Christina sitting here and inviting me to join them today, making this presentation as the result of what came out of the development review process work group. I also just want to mention, I also got Mr. Greg Nichols. He is one of our managers at DPS. He enforces all the site plans that you guys approve. So once it's approved and all those nice amenities and everything else that's involved and the trigger points, you know, it gets more complicated as we go. Greg makes sure that those program development are all met and nobody's doing anything that's not in accordance to the approved site plan. I just want to mention. So as part of the work group, 3 recommendations were assigned to DPS. One was the permitting dashboard timelines. The other one was right-of-way bond improvement to speed up record plats approval. And the third was improved coordination between DPS, Montgomery County Department of Transportation to ensure consistency. Permitting dashboard. So permitting dashboard is our review timeline related to the permitting process within DPS. DPS, we created the dashboard to show plan review and permit issuance turnaround times. So what it is, when you're coming to DPS as part of your building permit application, it goes through the intake, it goes through the plan reviewer, all the reviews associated with that building permit going back and forth. So we wanted to have a dashboard to show all those things. We have actually a link to it, and I'm not gonna hit it because I don't know if it's gonna go through or not, but I have example of it that we can go through it and you guys see it, and if you want, we can go to a live link to a DPS that you can see actually all the other type of building permit associated with it. If you want, go to it, let's see. Yeah.
He didn't take our security training, so we're trusting him that the link's good.
It just takes a few seconds. It's going to load up. Scroll down a little bit. Oh, there you go. Okay. So what we did, we have 7 different type of building permits we currently have on our dashboard. It's the commercial construction new, alteration, residential new construction, addition, alteration. These are the green bar on top. Public right-of-way, sediment control, stormwater management. So what we have done, the dashboard is on a rolling 30 days and 12 months basis. It's updated on daily basis. Of course, at this time, we are going through the project docs upgrade. There have been a little bit of technical difficulties and all that with the upgrade, and the maintenance and the system being done. But what you see is pretty accurate. It's within probably a couple of days at the most. Rolling 30 days. So if you look at the gray bar, that shows really the number of permits that have come. These are new. So this is just for new commercial building. This is your mixed users. This is your high rises, hospital, hotels, warehouses and stuff like that. 27 building permit has been issued within the last 30 days. The time that it took to issue them is 64 business days. DPS time, 40 days, applicant time, 30 days, and other agency time, 25. The other agencies includes Park and Planning and HHS. Of course, it's happening all concurrently. They don't have to wait till we are finished, and then it goes through. The rolling 12 months is on the right side. It's pretty much the same thing as I just went through for the 30 days. Also DPS performance. So all the way in the bottom on the below the page in the light gray, it shows the screening. So what we have at DPS, we have a target days, how long it should take at the intake. So 2 business days. So we are hitting right now for the rolling 30 days around 79, 80%. So when those documents that coming, it's got to go through the intake, make sure everything is complete. All the documents are associated with that building permit, 79. Target for us to review, the initial review, we have 22 days. Commercial building is very complicated and complex. It encompasses all the reviews, different disciplines, your architectural, and of course all those things are down there. Your structural, electrical, mechanical, green building, life safety. 22 days for the first review. The subsequent review, once it goes back and it comes back, half as much time, 10 days. And zoning, 5 businesses. So zoning is hitting their target around 74%. They need to do a little bit better. So the subsequent reviews looks pretty good, 100%. So that's really what you have in regard for a new building permit that's coming, for a commercial new building permit. If you have any question, or if you want me to go, for example, let's go to residential new construction. Yeah, these are your single-family homes, your townhouses. Of course, the numbers are a lot better because you're talking about something is not as much complicated. The same thing, number of permits that have come, time to issue them. 27 building permit have been issued compared to the last 12 months, 191. And you see the time it's taking. And again, our performance when it comes to the time the reviewer has to perform the review and going back and forth. I don't know if you have any question. Mitra is very familiar.
Oh, this is really nice, Ehsan. You had never made me so happy. This is something that we have been talking about, and I see it is happening wonderful. And I can guess who has been working on that, Julia.
Well, to give you the credit, you really identified when you came to DPS about the dashboards and having a person to do that work.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, that's that.
Yeah, she was fantastic. I can imagine. I could see her work. This is beautiful, really. You made me very happy. Just one question. This is in general about all the projects. If someone wants to see that what is happening to their project, for a specific project, are they able to see that some similar dashboard, they be to the website and look at put the permit number and see that what is the percentage of the time, how they're matching with because, for example, if you have 88%, maybe that project is one of the projects that is not, it's taking longer, and they want to see that where they're standing. Is it a possibility or not?
Yes, absolutely. Also on our website, there is a space that you can go put your address, or if you know your permit number, and it would show you where you stand, what kind of review it went to. If it was denied, it will not show you the percentage or anything, but it would show the timeline. It was
And
done,
where
the
it
review
is
was at such
standing.
date.
Wonderful. Please send my kudos to all the people that have made it happen. That's really good.
So
thank you.
One quick question. Was this developed through the development review process work group recommendation, or was this in process?
It was a
before
recommendation, and when we were going to the work group, Robert kept showing me, his dashboards, and look and see what we got over here. The expectation is the same from you guys. And actually, what I was telling him, we are building it. Give me some time. It's under construction, and yeah.
I would just to add to that, we were, during the work group, I think both agencies were working on a dashboard. And I think one of the comments that was really prevalent throughout was, how do we merge the two so that someone can go and find out all the information that they need from planning all the way through permitting? And we're not there yet. I think right now each agency was trying to develop their own dashboard to convey the message of how much time it was taking, which I think was really the bigger message of, is there a delay in certain areas that we can focus funding, resources on, and still show the pertinent data that we're looking for? And I think we've done that. Both agencies have done that. And we can always share a link from one dashboard to another to get people to look at it. But I think that was one of the bigger discussions we had during the work group.
And that brings me, because I was going to ask that question. And I do not know if that's the right time, but I ask it because you brought it up. When they say that, how long it takes for the development to start, all the way to when we have the occupancy, okay? Nobody look at the players. They always look at one thing. That's the project from the inception all the way to completion. That includes, at least at the very beginning, planning department is the lead. And then at the end, DPS is the lead. And it is very difficult to separate that which one takes longer and who is the one that needs to make some kind of improvement. I know that, well, it's two different systems and it's not possible, but I was wondering that if there is a way that we could get these two dashboards and bring them together at the front, at the citizen interactions or citizen interface. But behind it is the two system that is DPS and planning. But then at the interface, people can put the project and it provides a dashboard that shows where the project is and how long it's working and how, in general, exactly like what you showed in here, that and what is the average for the projects to happen rather than, okay, this is the planning department and this is DPS, because nobody really sees that as two pieces. When you're a developer or you're outside, is one thing, is their project.
And I think what's maybe a little misleading, when you're looking at dashboards, it could be a year before someone submits a permit. Once they get their planning approval, they may sit on without even doing a record plat for a year, and then another year for a permit. So it's hard to explain that to people when they look at the overall timeline that it took maybe 5 years.
It could be with the note or something, it could be done, because
Right.
the developers or people themselves, they
Right.
know when they submit it, so they cannot say that, okay, that was the total length. Yeah.
I completely agree. I think it was harder to explain that to the residents that were paying attention to this when they want to know point A to Z, how long does it take? And we say it depends. And it really does, because it depends on how quickly we move as agencies, but also how quickly the applicant or developer builder is going to move on how they process their applications. So, but we will continue to make it as good as we can. So.
Oh, okay. No, that's it, the bond. There you go. Okay, then the next item was right-of-way bond. This is allow a right-of-way bond to be based upon the approved site plan and 125% of the cost estimate. This will allow the applicant to receive approval of a bond without engineering construction documents. This change will speed up the record plat approval process, since bonding is required prior to record plat approval. So basically what we did was, one of the other recommendations that came, and that's based on the industry, for them to get the plat approved, they also have to bond for everything in the public right-of-way. Before the work plan meeting, we would require engineering construction drawing, and that was really, they just had the site plan. So for them was extra cost, and also to submit for us to review engineering construction, going back and forth, it would take weeks, if not months. So we really simplified it. What we said was, the site plan is approved, you show me what's the cost associated with all the work within the public right-of-way, not outside of the public right-of-way. Based on that, we'll approve your bond, and you can go and get your plat approved and signed. Now, we cut that into days, 3 to 5 days. Just bring that, we approve it, go post up your bond and go forward. The last one was the coordination between DOT and DPS. As you guys know, DOT participate at the DRC at preliminary, and then during the site plan process, is DPS that's involved with the DRC and providing the comments for everything in the public right-of-way. It seems to be it was some inconsistency between what was provided at the preliminary plan stage compared to when we were DPS was coming to the site plan. I don't know what was the inconsistency, but there were a few and all that. So what we have done, we wanted to make sure that it's a coordinated effort. So we have had several meetings with DOT, and I'm pleased to report this at this stage, that if we are coming and there is any changes that have occurred between the preliminary and site plan, we want to make sure we are consistent in our recommendation at the DRC. So there is no difference what was submitted and preliminary. So we don't want to create anything extra hurdle or obstacles for the developer to continue on their path to achieving their site plan approval. So that has been done, and I haven't heard any new complaints since then. So that's really it. And if you guys have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Well, thank you very much for this summary of what's been going on over the past year. Looks like you guys are really working hard on implementing all of those recommendations. Some have been done, and some are you're still working on. And one question for Ms. Sorrento is, you talked about the intake process is much faster. Will you be able to, I mean, it's too early to tell, but show it went from X days to Y days, or you need more time to figure that out? Yeah.
I think that would be a good thing to show. Let me see what kind of time frame we need to keep
Right.
doing before you
Okay.
can actually see the difference,
Yeah.
and then we can let the board know.
Yeah, because I think it would be very helpful to the people that were asked, saying, you need to shorten the time, but if we can document that, that also tells a, great story, yeah.
I also would like to add, with the conditional plat approval process, you have not received one yet. We just put the process in place, which means for anybody that is submitting record plats now for review, those ones would come through that new process. So you'll see some in the future.
Right.
And that will save weeks for the applicants. So that will be a great change.
Yeah, great to document that, thank you. Any questions or comments from the other board? Mr. Linden, you're good?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, thanks for this update. No questions for me.
Yeah. Well, please, thank you for all your hard work, and come back in another year, and we'd love to, and then by that time, you'll have lots of, plans that have gone through that time, and you can tell us what percentage increase or decrease you've had. So thank you so much.
Good job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll end with item 10, approval of fiscal year 26 operating budget, including enterprise, planning, ZAS, commission's office, and parks. So thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day. Item 10, approval of the fiscal year 26 operating budget for planning, central administrative services, commissioner's office, and parks. So we have planning going first, negotiated to go first today.
We won the coin toss.
Yeah. And we have Jason Sartori and Karen Warnick presenting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. And I'm going to turn this over real quickly to Karen. Just want to intro by saying, what you'll see today is a budget that's slightly revised from what we brought to you previously. And Karen will walk through what those changes are, but we found some savings, and as a result of some conversations that we've had and a result of our semi-annual presentation to the council last week, we made a modification to include an additional request, which we'll get into the details of as well. So with that, I'll turn it right over to Karen.
Good afternoon. For the record, Karen Warnick, Management Services Chief for the Planning Department. We're here today seeking your approval of the FY26 Planning Department budget, funding, and staffing levels. As Jason said, this is our second work session with the board, and today we are here to explain a few changes that we've made since our last meeting on October 24th. First off, as Jason said, the semi-annual. The County Council there approved to add the Germantown Sector Plan Amendment to our work program to begin in FY25. So you can see that being added to our work program chart on page 18 in attachment E. Another change was that our base budget for the salaries and benefits, they went up and they went down depending on a couple of different items. On November 7th, Corporate Budget Manager Charles, she brought a budget transfer for the class and compensation study in FY25 that increased the FY25 budget amount, so therefore it actually reduced the amount that we needed to ask for in FY26. So that was a plus. Retirement and benefit costs went up, so that was a bit of a minus. And then also some of our salary adjustments based on personnel changes from FY25, vacancies that were filled at higher rates or lower rates, up and down and stuff like that. So as a result, we ended up with an overall decrease in our personnel request. So that was a good thing. The chargebacks for the CIO and the commission-wide IT that was presented in October, those numbers were not final. They've been updated in our budget to reflect the final departmental share of contracted rates for the Microsoft licenses. In addition, in our major known commitment section, we had asked for $300,000 in the October 24th meeting. We are increasing that to $320,000, an increase of $20,000, because we got received an updated amount for the Project Docs regulatory system. It was originally projected at $110,000, and now we have new numbers that say $130,000. Also, based on Commissioner Pedoeem's recommendation, we modified our request regarding the conversion of a part-time position to full-time by changing the funding request to zero. So we're still asking for that conversion, but the department will absorb the almost $6,000 increase. It was kind of minor. And then also, as Director Sartori mentioned, at the fall semi-annual presentation, the Planning Department received praise from the council regarding the Damascus Placemaking Festival in October, and they expressed interest in expanding and enhancing our placemaking initiatives throughout the county. So to build on that momentum and to advance the recommendations of the department's strategic plan, a new dedicated placemaking coordinator position has been added to the director's office in the FY26 budget request. That's $133,957 for a Planner 3 level position. This position would expand placemaking's reach, build capacity for placemaking, support master plan implementations, and maximize the impact of placemaking investments. Made several recommendations of Thrive 2050, and also will achieve multiple strategic plan actions. More information than that is on section 2. With these changes, the Planning Department's budget request is now at $28,082,947, which is an increase of just over $1.5 million or 5.7% to the FY25 adopted adjusted budget. There's charts on section 3 attachments A and B that show our budget in two different forms. The attachment A shows the budget summary with the new initiatives. That's the same form chart that was shown in the October 24th memo, but we also included for the first time expenditures by division, so you can see how the divisions are going up or down. Next, we're bringing up, we were seeking your approval for our lapse and staffing levels, revenue estimates, and our special revenue funds and internal service fund. For FY26, the department plans to maintain an approximate 5.5% lapse rate. Our current FY25 staffing level is 153 positions. We're requesting 3 new positions to support climate initiatives, organizational development, and placemaking, plus the conversion of a part-time position to full-time. And with those changes, that would bring our staffing level to 156 positions full-time. There's a chart on pages 14 and 15 in the memo, attachment C, that would show the positions and work years broken out by division. For revenue, while the majority of the department's revenue is tax-supported and funded through the administration funds, there are also revenues received through charges for services, fees for materials, and through established special revenue funds. For departmental revenue, we are expecting to receive $276,000 in services and charges and other program fees in FY26. This is up from $210,000 in FY25, and it's due largely to increased expectations for forest conservation plan fees. The department also receives an appropriation in revenue from the Water Quality Protection Fund to offset costs that will be incurred in FY26 to provide specific activities consistent with the intent of the Water Quality Protection Fund, such as compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements. For FY26, the department's requesting an increase of $24,049, which is a 5.5% increase, for an overall appropriation of $505,019 to cover the FY25 compensation increases. An increase was not included in 25 because due to the uncertainty of the compensation requests being approved. So we're asking for it this year in arrears. Also, for the first time today, are the proposed special revenue fund budgets. Special revenue funds account for the proceeds from specific revenue sources restricted for a designated purpose. The special revenue fund summary is comprised of several different funds within both parks and planning departments. Each special revenue fund includes proposed revenues, expenditures, and fund balances. And the balances are shown separately from the tax-supported funds to avoid confusing the resources from one type of fund to another. There are times when the special revenue funds come and go. Recent example is the closing of the Traffic Mitigation Special Revenue Fund when the responsibility for collecting these traffic mitigation fees was transferred to MCDOT. The largest or most notable special revenue fund is the Development Review Special Revenue Fund, which accounts for fees generated by the submission of development applications and covers the salaries of staff reviewing the applications plus other staff support. I really want to bring this to your attention today, some information about the Development Review Special Revenue Fund. In FY25, 23.7 work years from the operating budget, Planning Department's operating budget, were charged to this fund. For FY26, the Planning Department is not proposing to increase the chargeback in recognition that the revenues did not meet the budgeted amount in FY24. It was short by about $250,000, which reduced the fund balance reserve more than we had anticipated. The Central Administrative Services chargeback from legal, finance, and corporate IT for their services are proposed to increase the chargeback by $25,000 for a total of $310,000 for the CAS services. So the total proposed chargebacks are $4,190,653. These are the majority of the expenses that are in the Development Review Special Revenue Fund, and they're charged to the fund regardless of how the fund does, because they're just charged as budgeted. However, on the other side, the Development Review revenues can be very volatile. Since the fund's inception in FY06, the department has requested a transfer from the admin fund to the Development Review Special Revenue Fund in recognition of the fact that revenues may not cover the cost of our review efforts. This transfer has historically been in the range of $300,000 to $1.7 million. In some years, we haven't had a transfer at all. In the late teens, the revenue, 16 to 18, somewhere in that range, the revenue was generally coming in the $3.5 to $4 million range, and we build up quite a fund balance. We are budgeting about $2.5, $2.6 million, so it was well above the budgeted amount. However, the fund did not perform well in FY 20, 21, and 24, which depleted some of the gains from the previous years. The transfer from the admin fund to the development review fund in FY 22, 23, and 24 was $500,000 a year. Even with the $500,000 transfer in FY 24, the fund balance was reduced by $700,000 to $1.9 million. In FY 25, the transfer from the administration fund to the development review fund was increased to a total of $950,000, up from $500,000, to cover the increases in the FY 25 chargebacks and for part of the work years for 3 new planning staff that were added in FY 25. The first 4 months of FY 25, revenues are slightly higher than they were at the same time in FY 24. Extrapolating out, we can expect that the revenues may be a bit higher than the budgeted amount. But even with that, the fund balance is projected to decrease by $500,000 in FY 25 to a total of $1.4 million. The fund balance minimum reserve was set at $1.2 million in FY 19, so it's getting very close to that balance. Based on the current revenue trends, the planning department proposes to keep revenues flat in FY 26 and only increase the expenditures by the chargebacks for the CAS departments. Without an increase in the transfer, the fund balance at the end of FY 26 would drop to $700,000, well below the $1.2 million minimum. Therefore, the planning department proposes increasing the transfer by $550,000 to a total of $1.5 million to maintain the required fund balance reserve. A synopsis of all the special revenue fund items can be found in attachment D in this memo.
Can I ask you a question here?
Sure.
There's a lot of information.
It was a lot.
And it's hard to really hear it because there is nothing to see. So this is not good. I don't know, you are saying that the special revenue for the intake has been for 24 and 25 has been about $500,000 or $700,000. And what I heard that you had to withdraw $500,000 from admin fund and still by $700,000 had to get from reserve. This is a lot of money that we have shortage. And if you have to get money from your admin fund, that's going to probably put a hole in something else that you have. And the chargeback stays the same regardless. I do not know why the chargeback stays the same regardless of lack of revenue, because that should be the cost of any chargeback to this special revenue has to do with the intake. And if you get less intake, so it should be less chargeback, the way I see it, because there's less staff is reviewing. And how does it work?
From what I understand.
That doesn't make sense to me. And then why do we have so much revenue shortage? Is it because it's less applications coming in? What is the reason for it? And if we are having issues in general about $500,000 shortage, why don't we just reduce the projected revenue to make sure that we don't fall in this hole? Okay, I don't know. That was a lot of questions.
So even back in FY 06, almost 18 years ago, almost 20 years ago, right? When this special revenue fund was created, there was an acknowledgement even back then that the amount that was collected may not meet up with the amount of cost that it is to perform the reviews. As I said earlier, the transfer has historically been in the range of $300,000 to $1.7 million. So even at $1.5 million, we're not as high as it has been, and that $1.7 million was around 2009, 2010. The fees, at one point, we thought maybe the fees could be increased enough to meet the cost of the expense, but that hasn't panned out. That hasn't worked out that way.
But if we expected that the revenue would not be enough for the cost of the review, did we put a budget aside specifically to cover that shortage? Because when you get $500,000 or 1.7 million out of your admin budget, that is not very big, it's going to create a hole in the other services. I don't know how you could do that unless that you have already put budget aside to cover that shortage.
As a transfer in from the administration fund, it does not show in our operating budget. It doesn't show in anyone's particular operating budget. It becomes more of an administrative, the county executive and the county council still have to approve that.
Yeah, so why don't we?
But it is separate.
Yeah, so the development over the past, is slowed down. So they're reviewing, and the fixed costs are the fixed costs. But the admin fund coffer is it getting refilled? Like so you're short, you go to the admin fund. Does the admin fund get?
It's appropriated each year.
It gets appropriated.
It is
So
appropriated
there,
each
it's just, I don't think they're not doing something else because of this transfer. Why don't you?
So when the council votes on the budget, they'll vote on our operating budget, and then they'll also vote on the separate, or part of that will be a separate appropriation to the admin fund to cover the gap that we have in the special revenue fund.
Yes.
It doesn't actually take away from the other things that we've requested.
But usually the budget is approved like 2 years, almost a year before, not like the budget for this year was approved the year before you have shortage.
So we realized we were going to have somewhat of a shortage, and that's why the current budget in FY25 is $950,000. And we knew that we had a fund balance and it was drawing down, and each year we monitor.
Okay, so you cover the fund balance. So you
We-
take it from fund balance and
Yes.
then you get appropriation to go back to the fund balance.
Yeah, during the teens, the fund balance got up to nearly 4 million, and we've just been drawing it down over time. As Chair Harris said, the development has slowed down. Inflation and the economy hasn't helped much. And so if development picks, it's just a very volatile fund. And we do monitor it very closely. We get monthly reports and look at it monthly to make sure, how we're doing, to make sure that we don't, that we have enough fund balance to cover everything.
Okay, thank you.
Another fund that we have is an internal service fund. It's set up to, as an economical way of handling large equipment purchases. The department uses the capital equipment internal service fund to finance equipment that has a useful life of at least 6 years, and that's to spread out the cost of the asset over the useful life rather than burdening any one fiscal year with the full expense. The financing authority for the capital equipment fund may be carried over from year to year. This means that the total authorized amount of financing is not, if the total amount is not financed, used during that particular year, any remaining balance can be carried over to succeeding fiscal years. For FY26, the planning department is proposing new purchases of $497,500 total, which is comprised of 2 pieces of equipment, $435,000 to complete Phase 2 of the Wheaton Headquarters Auditorium's audiovisual upgrade by replacing the existing AV mixer, which is now nearly 5 years old. Yes, we've been in this building for nearly 5 years, and it's fallen out of warranty. This piece of equipment is a critically important component that routes all inputs and outputs as well as audio-visual into the room. And then the second piece is for $62,500 to replace the core switch at Saddlebrook, which is expected to reach its end of life in December. The planning department has sufficient funds built up in the capital equipment internal service fund that have carried over from previous years to pay for these purchases. So at this time, the department is seeking approval to spend these funds rather than actually requesting to finance the purchases. Attachment E shows the major plan and major projects, master plan and major projects, including the addition of the Bethesda downtown, not the Bethesda, sorry, the Germantown plan amendment that was added, and I would be happy to provide any additional information on any of these topics.
Sir, all done?
I am done now.
Oh, okay. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Commissioner Linden?
No questions for me. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I know you guys have we've seen this for the second time in general, right? And so we know you guys have been working together throughout the summer, talking, coming up with your budget. So I'm good with the budget. One thing was added was about the placemaking coordinator, which the county council was really was the impetus of this. And I just want to make sure that we don't over-promise, because I'm not sure. They may be thinking, I know how many placemaking events they're going to have, but this one person is a coordinator, and I think it takes lots of folks to put on a placemaking event. So I just, as we talk to we really manage their expectations about how many they're going to get, and so that. But I know they're necessary, but I just want to.
Yeah, I'll touch on that a little bit. I mean, the big kind of bottom line thing to note on this is that when we came to you last month, the anticipated increase in with our FY26 request was 6.1%. Now, with the changes that Karen noted and this new position in there, it's only a 5.7% increase. Right. So what we're coming to you today with as our request is less than what we had anticipated a month ago. And then specifically with regard to that position, I will tell you, I think we told you previously that when we start this process with our division chiefs, we ask for all their ideas and their positions and things that they might want. And we had identified, I think, 10 new positions and a bunch of projects. And we narrowed those down to 2 positions initially. Among those 10 positions was this request for placemaking planner 3 to assist with our placemaking efforts, not just with what we're coordinating through Atul Sharma in our director's office, but also in coordinating with all of our master plan teams and our teams throughout our area teams. So when we heard what we heard at the council, this interest and really an emphasis on kind of a post-election, now is the time we want to be investing in communities and building a sense of community, and we need to be doing that at a local level. And we love what we've done at you guys put together at the Damascus placemaking event. We thought this is a good time. We've identified this additional savings, a good time to go back into everything we had put together originally, pull that position back out and throw it in here as an opportunity to be able to build our capacity to do that. Working with, not to say that we're going to be able to do X number of new, placemaking events each year. That requires additional funding. We do have additional funding in our request here for placemaking activities, but this is just to have another person who is dedicated to advancing those efforts throughout the county and with all of our other teams.
Great. No, this is great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting the need for this person.
I just want to get it officially on the record. Here's why.
Okay, great. I'm good.
Can I build up on something on this topic again? I understand that this is something that, came with a lot of enthusiastic, but is it really your third priority, this position? Because you said you had 10, and then you decided to add 1 more, and because this has a lot of enthusiasm, you put that one in, but is it the department priority, this position or something else? Because what's going to happen is that how it works. They're going to put this into tiers, okay? Mm-hmm. So you should be able to defend something that the department really needs, okay? And if that matches with your strategic plan and it matches with your priorities, that might as well be the right one. And if it is something else that you need more, you may want to think twice to see that if you want this or the other one. I don't know the answer. The only person knows it, you guys, so I'll leave it up to you guys.
Sure. I think that's a really good question. And I would say that the 2 other positions that we had originally requested. One was for assistance in our management services division for employee training and kind of management within all of that, and our climate specialist position would still be our two prioritized positions. This is an opportunity to actually check the box on a lot of the actions that we have in our strategic plan. So it is an important one for the department in terms of being able to advance what we say we want to be doing.
Thank you so much. I guess we'll vote on these all at the end, but you have thumbs up on your budget, and look, we'll go to the next one.
Thank you.
So who is our next group? Our Parks is coming up. Great. Great. We have Nancy Steen and Director Mitty Figueredo.
Yeah, so I don't have a speech prepared, but I did want to say, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nancy, this is your last meeting in front of the planning board. Yes, it's a big deal for us. Nancy's been with us quite a while. How long, Nancy?
17 years with this department. Well, I started with Montgomery Parks, worked in Prince George's Parks and Rec, but I've been budget manager for about 9 years, just over 9 years.
And this board has now, for a couple years now, I think, been listening to Nancy's presentations at the board, and I think has gotten a very good sense of the thoroughness and commitment and intelligence, and she's been an absolute pleasure to work with. It's been a privilege for me to work with Nancy and to learn from her. And I just didn't want to let her get started without bringing this to the board's attention, because we're so grateful for Nancy's service with us. And she will be, I mean, we always say this is really, we really mean this. She will be sorely, sorely missed. And I know I've come to depend on Nancy's good judgment and knowledge of the budget process and kindness. So, yeah, just wanted to make sure the board knew.
We don't approve. It's not approved, and it's a Shuchi. I see you crying. I can see Shuchi crying over there. Nancy, not approved. Done.
Unfortunately, apparently we have to let her go. She insists.
Good, thank you for letting us know. And yeah, Nancy, I mean, I've learned so much from you, and we can all tell how you really make it happen. So you will be sorely missed.
Thank you. And I will miss it.
Yeah.
Some.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be like Mitra and come back in a different role.
So where are you going? Are you working again?
Oh, no, I'm definitely retiring. I have one cruise booked. I have another one I'm about to book, and, I want to travel. I have plans, so.
I had plans too, but I'm back, like a bad check.
Okay, on that note,
all right,
please.
Well, for the record, Nancy Steen, Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks, and we are here today seeking approval for the expenditure funding levels for our different funds within the department's budget. That includes the Park Fund, the Property Management Fund, Enterprise Fund, and the Special Revenue Funds, as well as for the estimated Park Fund revenue collected by our department, excluding the property tax revenue, which is collected by the county. We have a lot of numbers to share with you today for the various funds, so I'm going to try and quickly summarize it and review the key items from our memo that are pertinent for our discussion. I'm going to start with the Park Fund first, and hopefully this will kind of follow through with the memo if you want to kind of flow through it with me. Further detail on the Park Fund is included in the memo on pages 2 through 12 of the memo. And our department did provide detail on the Park Fund request at the Planning Board session last month. The primary change for the Park Fund from the detail provided at that session is for the increased amount for the pension. However, fortunately, that increase is partially offset by revisions to the medical benefits totals, which are now slightly lower than the amount that was presented in October. We also made a couple of other minor changes. After further review, we decided to increase the budgeted amount for utilities based on recent rate increases. And then the total for the CAO license cost were actually reduced from the October amount based on the final contracted cost for the Microsoft licenses. So after making these revisions, the total operating increase for FY26 for the Park Fund is now at $6,195,877, which is a 4.6% increase over the FY25 adopted budget total. However, we do need to take into account the funding for the non-departmental cost, which includes the compensation markers and the OPEB. So our total Park Fund FY26 budget request reflects a 7.2% increase and a total increase of $10,166,043. It is a significant increase. I just want to make an anecdotal comment that it is actually slightly less than the request that we had last fiscal year and a lower percentage. So still a big number, but we're hopefully optimistic that we will have some opportunity to get a good portion of that funded. The table on pages 8 through 10 of the memo shows our totals by division for the FY25 adopted budget and for the FY26 proposed budget for the Park Fund. As a reminder, when you're looking at the divisional totals, that funding for the compensation marker funding is actually included in the non-departmental total and not in the divisional totals. Next, I'm going to move on to the Park Fund revenue, which starts on page 11 of our memo. The FY26 Park Fund operating revenue is projected to be $9,612,416. This total is $1,087,024 higher than the FY25 adopted budget. This increase is mainly due to the $650,000 increase in interest revenue that is based on current market returns. The total revenue for user fees and rentals also includes just over $63K increase, which is mainly from an increase in permitting fees for shelter usage. And there's an increase in the miscellaneous revenue, which is attributed mainly to the $55,000 for the purchase card rebate, which, as you recall, we discussed that previously as being shifted in the budget for FY26 to be recognized as revenue instead of being exposed as an expenditure reduction. The revenue total also reflects the proposed increase in our governmental revenue of $348,199 from the Water Quality Protection Fund. Page 11 of our memo provides further detail about the changes, and the chart at the top of page 12 shows the FY26 proposed operating revenues by category for the Park Fund. Next, I'm going to move on to the FY26 totals for our other departmental funds. As a reminder, these other funds are not tax supported, and they use revenue that's collected from fees and other sources to fund their cost. So next we have the Property Management Fund, and detail on the Property Management Fund can be found on pages 13 and 14 of the Planning Board memo. The FY26 budget request for revenue is $1,829,600, and the expenditure request is $1,962,600, an overall increase of 16.2% compared to the FY25 budget. The revenue increase is mainly due to projected revenue from a property acquisition from last December, which included a lease transfer for 2 commercial tenants. Obviously, a good portion of that cost increase is also attributable to costs related to that property as well from the additional cost. In addition to that revenue from the commercial tenants, our property management revenue from the park house rentals is actually decreasing slightly as we continue to demolish older houses that are in poor condition rather than fund costly repairs. The expenditure budget includes the use of $133,000 of available fund balance to fund repairs and these demolition costs. The table on page 14 shows the details of the FY26 proposed revenues and expenditures for the Property Management Fund. Next, we're going to move on to the Enterprise Fund, and the detail on the Enterprise Fund proposed budget is found on pages 15 through 17 of our memo. The Enterprise Fund proposed FY26 operating budget totals $14,246,584 in revenues and $12,598,355 in expenditures, for a net profit of $1,648,229. The revenue increase of $1,327,674 is due to increased program and rental revenues, plus an interest revenue increase of $234,290. The Brookside Gardens revenue is a sizable portion of this increase with the continued growth and popularity of the Garden of Lights program, along with the full fiscal year return of the Wings of Fancy program. Also, revenue from facility and skate rentals continue to show steady growth at the ice rinks, along with camp enrollments and court time at the tennis facilities. The enterprise fund proposed expenditures are $1,314,745 higher than the FY25 total, primarily due to increased compensation costs for staff, higher utility costs based on rate increases for both electric and water, and costs associated with programs. Note that no new positions are being proposed for FY26 in the enterprise fund. However, the enterprise fund will share in the cost via a chargeback for the new position that's being proposed in the park fund for active Montgomery support. In addition, based on program needs, a current term contract position at Brookside Gardens is being converted from term contract to full-time. And we originally proposed it as term. We wanted to make sure that they had sufficient revenues to support it, and they think at this point that the programming has increased, that they need the full-time position, and they can support it. The table on page 17 shows the FY26 proposed revenues and expenditures by category for the enterprise fund, along with the current estimate for FY25. And next, I'm going to move on to the special revenue fund. The detail for the special revenue funds can be found on pages 18 through 21 of the Planning Board memo. The combined revenue for the special revenue funds for the proposed FY26 budget is $3,845,034, while expenditures total $4,501,519. Even with the use of over $656,000 of fund balance, the remaining fund balance is still projected to be in excess of $802,000. The special revenue fund is comprised of multiple accounts, and the largest increases for FY26 are for $100,000 in both revenue and expenditures for the federally forfeited property account, and that is based on staff participation in a drug enforcement agency task force, which we will get reimbursement for any incurred expenses. Also, increases in both revenue and cost are happening for the account for the Montgomery County Schools ball field maintenance. Revenue is increasing by just under $230,000 for the reimbursement from the county for these maintenance costs. Expenditures are increasing by approximately $283,000, and that's based on increased staff and contractor costs in conjunction with the addition of 3 more sites that we will be maintaining after the CIP work is completed. Similar to other funds, interest revenue is also increasing, and the projected interest revenue increase for the special revenue funds is $32,040. There's a summary description of each of our special revenue fund groupings and provided on pages 19 and 20 for your reference. And then the table on page 1 shows the consolidated FY26 proposed revenues and the proposed expenditures for the special revenue fund. And a lot of numbers, like I said. That concludes our presentation of the proposed budget for each of our department's funds. And at that point, I'm finished unless you have any questions for us.
Yeah, thank you for your detailed report and presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? No questions or comments, just about this, but just you talked about utility costs going up. I remember yesterday in the commission on the report on sustainability, I know you guys are putting in solar panels on many of your buildings. I don't know if there are any plan for some of the ones on this kind of that would impact your expenses on these funds, or whatever's done's been done.
So, absolutely. There's a lot of programs planned, and the LED lighting is a high priority to continue that. What's interesting is that the usage is staying fairly flat. So it's not the number of kilowatts that are going on, it's simply the cost. And actually, the main driver with the electric cost is we had locked in a multi-year contract for, I think it was 3 or 4 years. And so actually, if you recall, things really spiked when, this is an anecdotal thing that I just learned along the way, is that, gasoline prices affect electric because you actually end up having to fuel the electric plants with gas. So when the gas prices spiked several years ago and things went crazy, and once again, price of gas went up, our cost for electric didn't increase because we had locked in rates. Now you fast forward several years, we have a new contract, and our cost by kilowatt hour went up by several cents.
Okay.
So we still actually have a very good price rate. We did negotiate, or we were able to get a contract with a good rate, but it is several cents higher than what we were paying previously. So we've kind of had the benefit for the last few years, but now that it was time for a new contract, we had that escalation.
Okay, thank
So
you
that's
for-
the biggest driver with the electric cost. And, you know, we took another look at that, and, you know, when I kind of went back and looked at the rates, and I went, oh my. And, you know, that's when we went back and adjusted both the park fund and also enterprise, because, you know, obviously the ice rinks are a couple of our biggest users for the electric cost, just for refrigeration. So.
Thank you for that explanation. So great. We're going to go to the next, the Commissioner's office, presented by Alana Branda.
Good afternoon. For the record, Alana Branda, Chief of Staff with the Commissioner's Office. Our FY26 budget remains primarily unchanged from what we presented to you before. We've had three very minor, relatively minor adjustments. As with everyone else, our salary and benefit number did go up as we got those final retirement numbers and benefit numbers in. We had a very minor, when we re-looked at it, increase to our supplies and services, just about $500. And then a update to our legal chargebacks. So it is a total of a little bit more than $25,000 than what we presented to you before, resulting in a total FY26 budget request of $1,427,614. As a note, you know, our budget is really small comparatively, so that is a 13.2% increase over our last year's budget, which does include just under $39,000 in major known commitments. And then the two new initiatives that we had talked about previously, the unfreezing and moving from part-time to full-time the administrative assistant position, and bringing on a graduate assistant through our partnership with UMD with us for the year. So happy to answer any questions you have.
So are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And last but not least is the budget from the Central Administrative Services, presented by Budget Director Terry Charles and Acting Executive Director Bill Spencer. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Good afternoon, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Pedwin, and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Bill Spencer, Acting Executive Director for the Commission. With me is our Corporate Budget Director, Terry Bako Charles. We're here today seeking approval of the CAS department budgets. And to be respectful of your time, I'm going to turn the presentation directly over to Terry.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Terry Charles, and I am before you to ask for your approval of the revised FY26 CAS budgets and internal service funds. You may recall as, oops. There we go. Thank you. So you may recall, and as shown here, in October, I presented each department's budget request, and they aggregated at that time to a total of $28.5 million, which was a 6% increase over the FY25 adopted budget. Those presented budgets contain base budget adjustments, with two exceptions being the Finance Department and the Office of Inspector General, who both requested a single new position, which you'll recall was the purchase card administrator and a senior auditor. Taken together, those two positions total $286,000. Also, that you'll recall that OIT base budget included restoration of the FY25 reduction that impacted their IT equipment replacement and professional services. At that time, we knew that these budgets were subject to revisions to reflect the final benefit costs, and we also anticipated the change in the year-over-year reference from FY25 adopted budgets to adjusted budgets. So the November column here displays the final numbers for each of the departments with the county split and the percentage change based on the FY25 adopted. These, again, numbers reflect the benefit adjustments due to the increase in pension costs, with one notable exception, which is on the CAS support services. That budget actually was upwardly adjusted to reflect an omission of an internal fund chargeback expense discovered when we were reviewing the continuing budget document. But everyone else's represents just simply the updating of the benefit costs. So as you can see here, with these final adjustments, the FY26 CAS request totals now $29 million, with Montgomery's share just shy of $13.8 million, and that is a 4.2% increase over the FY25 adjusted adopted. Now moving to the review of the various FY26 internal service funds. Greater detail of each of these funds is contained within the memo packet, and so the internal service funds actually start on page 13 when you include the cover. Starting with the CIO and CWIT funds. Both of those two funds were previously discussed in October, and as shown here, are requesting for FY26 $7.9 million, which is a 9.7% increase. That reflects, again, which was earlier discussed, the restructuring of the Microsoft subscriptions under the renewed Microsoft Enterprise Agreement and the addition of the co-pilot license, and the CWIT fund will remain the same as FY25. So next up would be the Risk Management Fund. For FY26, Montgomery will contribute to the Risk Management Fund $3.2 million, of which nearly $3.1 million is from parks, and the remainder is basically a split between planning and CAS. As seen here in a year-over-year comparison, this is a 10.6% decrease. That actually reflects the impact of pre-funding. As well, you've heard prior to my peers speak to increases in assumptions for interest. We applied that here as well. And this does reflect the increased use of fund balance. And again, that is depicted on page 19 of the memo. And so as shown there, the fund's expenses for risk management are estimated to actually grow by 6.9% to nearly $4.3 million in FY26. Projected claims costs are up 8.4% and are expected to be around $2.2 million and represent 52% of the projected total costs. Now moving to the next internal service fund, which is our group insurance fund. Those details are on page 22 of the memo. The FY26 total budget is estimated at $87.5 million. It represents a 2.9% increase over FY25. This more moderate increase reflects the use of the consultant's latest projections for claims, which is coming in at 9.4%, fees at 23%, and premiums at 25%. However, those assumptions, again, provided by the consultant, have been applied to a revised base built from the variance trend between actual expenses and budgeted expenses. And in FY24, that gap or that variance was $10 million. Two other notable items are that the reserve requirement in FY26 on the group insurance fund has been increased to 12%, and benefits the department is actually exploring adding prescription drugs to the stop-loss coverage. Moving to the next fund, which is the Executive Office Building. The details begin on page 23. The FY26 budget request for that fund is just shy of 1.7 million. It's an increase of 0.6%, which is just approximately 10,000. And that increase is related to salary expense and related to a chargeback and the costs going up for the salary associated with the chargeback. The rental rate or revenue for that fund remains unchanged from FY25. Moving now to the Wheaton Headquarters Building, its details begin on page 26, and it's very similar to what we're experiencing in the Executive Office Building, in that the FY26 budget request reflects, again, a modest increase of just 0.5% to bring it to 2.95 million. And the additional 15,000 in expense is, again, just related to the chargeback and the change in compensation costs. And then finally, the last fund for consideration is the Capital Equipment Internal Service Fund for Montgomery County. That is detailed on pages 29 to the end of the memo. And for FY26, Montgomery will contribute to that fund nearly 1.8 million, of which 1.7 million is from parks, and the remainder is corporate IT. The projected fund expenses, which Karen already shared in terms of what the planning's requests are, include debt service, more capital equipment for parks, and again, planning moving forward with phase 2 of the headquarters audiovisual upgrade. That concludes my report out of the FY26 request, and I thank you for your support of both the CAS budget and internal service funds.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board members?
Just the last one shows 43.9% increase. I know that it's like $500,000 increase. Was it due to mainly to what increase?
So the expense reflects, if you will, the addition of almost $500,000 that Karen mentioned.
Is that related to that?
Karen mentioned earlier, which again is not revenue, it's the drawdown of the existing fund balance, but nevertheless, the expense year over year looks greater as a result of that. And in terms of with the revenues,
Why is it showing in two places? Is that normal that shows in planning department and also shows in CAS?
actually, in the budget, it's contained here, but I believe Karen was just wanting to
Okay,
speak to it
so it's the same
directly.
thing. It's not
Yes.
two different
No, it's not
things.
duplicated.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay, got it.
Great, thank you for your question. Thank you for your present. Mr. Linden, any questions or comments?
No questions for me. Thanks for the presentation.
Okay, great. So there, yeah, thank you to all the groups, because you had very easy to read, complicated subjects, but very easy to read budgets, and so I really appreciate your hard work and time to put those together. Seeing no questions or comments, yeah, we're gonna approve them as a group. So do I have a motion to approve the fiscal year 26 operating budget presented by Planning, Central Administrative Services, the Commissioner's Office, and Parks?
Now move to approve the FY26 operating budgets.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. This ends our planning board meeting for today. I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving coming up, and have a great day. And Nancy, we will miss you, and congratulations on your retirement. I hope you have many cruises remaining. Thank you.
Exactly.
Bye now.